that all good? Yeah, okay, perfect. Hi there, welcome to Planning Committee B for September. I'm Councillor Ben Burton, Chair of the committee, and I'm joined by a number of officers at the front today. We've got Natalie Ramadin, Development Manager Officer. We've got Jonathan Kenyon, Development Manager. We've got Jane Mellor, Democracy Officer, and Rahina Chowdhury, Senior Lawyer, joining us at the front here. There's a couple of bits of housekeeping. As always, there's no fire alarm expected. If you hear a fire alarm, please just follow us to the exits or follow the signs down this way. And if you need the toilets are behind us to the rear, but we will take breaks at the end of items. So if you need to go, that's probably the best time to do it. Last piece of housekeeping, if you're coming up to speak, I'll mention this again at the time, but just make sure you're using the microphones. There is a button on the front that says mic. If you press that and make sure it's showing green before you speak, that'll make sure that we can be heard through the room. And I think that covered everything apart from also, yes, Councillor Fisher.
Chair, would you mind if I close that window? It's a very cold window.
I will use, yeah, you may do that. Thanks. Yeah, and then phones, if you can just turn them off, I'll put them on silent. We'll go from there. So I'll move on to item 1, which is declaration. Oh, actually, before we do that, I will mention a number of substitutions, and we have seem to be struck by delays related to rain and everything else today. So I've got a couple to name. We've got Councillor Anna Baxter is delayed, so she will join us, and that might be for the second item. Councillor Vassy is also delayed, and Councillor Waters is unavailable due to illness, and he sent his apologies. We also have apologies from Councillor Orrell, and Councillor Fisher is substituting for him, which I think covers everything. Oh, and Councillor Melly will be stepping off for items 4A and 4B, but returning for future items. I'll move on to declarations of interest. Does anyone have anything they'd like to declare? Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm predetermined on agenda items 4A and 4B. So as you've already said, I'll leave for those items. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing any other hands, so we'll move on. The next item is the minutes from the previous meeting, which is on the 15th of August. Does anyone have anything they'd like to raise on the minutes, or are you happy for them to be taken as they are? Not seeing anything, so we will take those and we can sign those later on. And item 3 is public participation, but general public participation, which we don't have any. So we will move on to items 4A and 4B. This is St George's Field car park and the listed building consent related to it. We will take both items together in terms of the presentation, but we will have 2 separate votes for the different applications at the end of that process. So but all the speakers will be together as well. Jonathan, can you take us through the presentation for this, please?
Tower Street car park, Skelgate Bridge, which is relatively listed in Tower Street. The intention of the scheme is to prevent water transfer between the use and the boss in terms of flooding. It primarily involves raising and strengthening the flood defences, a development barrier across Tower Street, and a development barrier at the entrance to the central exterior gardens. And the intention of those elements to improve the defences and make them more effective in addition compared to the existing.
Thank you.
Sorry, so the intention, oh, that's better. Yeah. The intention of the demountable barriers are that they're more efficient and effective compared to the current arrangement, which involves the deployment of sandbags. Some members might recall that application was deferred at Committee B in November 2023. There were 3 reasons why the application was deferred. The requests were for further modelling work and further information on the flood impact of the Tower Street barrier on Peckett Street properties. These are referred to as being within flood cell B15 in the committee report. There was a request for some more clearer drawings and presentation of the scheme, so it was easier for members to understand the proposals. And some more information was requested as to how whether or not the St George's Field access ramp into the car park could be made more accessible, because it's not presently at a gradient that's appropriate for inclusive access. So I'll just remind you of the key elements of the scheme. So this is the car park site. The main changes here that would be seen is this blue line here shows where there would be a replacement wall. There's currently a wall that's over at this area, so that the intention of that is that the ground levels on the bridge are higher here, so that raises the flood defences in that particular location. So just in terms of where that goes, you can see how the existing wall runs across here, and it meets the bridge at a lower area. The proposed replacement wall, it goes across here, lands in between those two larger trees. There's a very small tree there that would be removed to accommodate the new wall. So these are some montages which see where how the wall would meet the bridge in the amended scheme. This lower down one shows how the wall travels currently, meets the bridge at a different area. That's the same element from a different perspective. So you can see how the wall sits in between the trees on that elevation compared to how it is currently, where it's closer to the lower section of the bridge. This is a section of the new wall, so the intention of this, showing you this, is really to illustrate here how the new wall meets the existing wall, which is at the side of the bridge being grade 2 listed, so that the flood wall is just lower than the wall to the bridge, so where it meets the bridge, it avoids the sort of architectural detail and chamfered edge at the top of the bridge. This plan is Tower Street. So the red lines here are the existing wall to the bridge, and that's where there's some walls. The walls are strengthened. What you will see on the ground will be the same. The strengthening is from below, so there's steel rods being installed that sort of hold the walls down and make them more resilient. These are the steps into the gardens. This is where it's referred to as a stop log. So you've got two steel supports that would be permanently fixed to the side walls, and the stop log would slot in at times of flooding. This is going across Tower Street, so this is where the sandbags were deployed previously. So the idea is there's a new demountable barrier that could be installed there as opposed to sandbags, and there would be a rubber connection, so there would be a gap in the wall there that it would slot into, and there's a new wall created in the grounds here at the law courts to accept the demountable barrier. So this plan gives you it's a section drawing showing the concrete wall that would accommodate the barrier, and it would be clad in stone to match the law courts. And we've got the dimensions there. So this structure would be 5.4 meters wide and just over 1.5 meters high. The images that will come on to show you give you an idea how that would appear. So this lower one is how you would typically see the area. So this area here is where the new retaining wall would be. If you can slightly see it, you can just see where there'd be a channel in that to accept the demountable barrier, and you can see how the ground would be reprofiled, and the grass would sort of come forward in front of that wall to minimize its visual impact as much as possible. The image at the top that shows you how the demountable barriers would be installed. This is a drawing that gives you a bit more information about the stop log that I mentioned previously at the top of the steps. This shows the steel casing, the housing that would be on each side wall. We'd expect, and it's part of the proposals, that the steel would be painted so it blends into the wall and it's as discreet as possible. The final slide gives you an idea as to what that stop log would appear like. So that's the housing for it in a typical arrangement, and this is how it would appear with the barrier installed. That's the extent of the presentation. Committee update later. If you want me to go into the committee update, I'll do that afterwards.
Let's do the update now and then we'll do presentation, questions on presentation.
So in terms of the update, the conditions, we've proposed a slight change to condition 4 of the listed building consent and 5 of the full planning permission. Just to add some clarification there that of the large scale details that we're after, and for those to include, as I mentioned before, the landscaping around the new wall that's proposed in front of the law courts. We've got some representations that we received this week. There's been a written statement from Councillor Avilius that's been circulated to members to read. It refers to the challenges about the ramp into the car park and making those level. And it's asked as an alternative, if it's not possible to alter the gradient of the ramp, can the committee consider a condition around making the exits onto the Riverside path level access and compliant with LTN 120 guidance? And the point that the council has raised there is that some of those access routes have curbs and bollards, which make them inaccessible for people in wheelchairs. She's also requested that we consider installing signs to direct people towards that alternative route. And that's for reference. We go back to this photo. So the issue is the gradient of the ramp, and the point being that people can alternatively leave the car park, go straight onto the Riverside walkway, and get into the centre that way through the gardens. And there are a series of access points from the car park onto the river walkway, but they tend to have a bollard in the centre, which prohibits the width of them. So that was the point that the councillor was making. We have an additional objection from one of the residents in Tower Street that advises that the Environment Agency have not addressed the actions required by the deferral previously, and that their original objections still apply. We've summarised, we continue to summarise the objections from residents in this committee report, as we did previously. That's the extent of the update. Thank you.
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions on the plans before we go into public participation? And if anyone want clarification on officers? No, I can't see any. So we'll move into public participation for these items. Before you come up, so you'll have 3 minutes to talk when you brought forward. When you're ready, just make sure that the microphone's on, and when you start talking, I'll just start the timer from then. I'll ask you before you come up if you want a 30-second warning before the end of it, before you finish speaking. And then once you finish speaking, if you can just stay seated until we've had a chance to ask if any council had questions for you before you return to your seat, and then I'll invite you to return back up. Thank you. So the first speaker is John Dench, speaking in objection, if you'd like to join us, John. Would you like a 30-second warning before the end, or are you happy to carry on? Yeah, okay. All right, much. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you will have seen from the postings on the planning portal, I am not the only one who is astonished and astounded at the temerity of the EA in resubmitting this application for a demountable barrier across Tower Street. The application at the last planning meeting was deferred for further consultation with the residents and the production of an advanced modelling on the potentially adverse impact on our properties by this barrier. As you will see from the EA's recent portal document, they have arrogantly refused to consult with us, our councillors, and completely dismissed the request for additional modelling. Previously, we had 3 public meetings. 2 included EA representatives, and all included council employees and councillors. It was made very clear at all the meetings that this project did not have the support of the residents. This project leaves our properties with downgraded protection and open to increased risk. Our engineer advisors have filed multiple objections, both verbally and on the planning portal, which I am sure you will also see. All we want is a flood protection scheme which includes our 50+ properties and not one which excludes us and at the same time undermines our current protection. Now, the irony is that all this should be irrelevant. To go ahead without the resident support contravenes British Standards 8511888. Who say so? The EA say so. See their paper in the council's planning portal submitted in November 2023. I'm sure you've also spotted this in preparation for this meeting. So what are they doing putting this application back in front of us? I can see that going ahead without the resident support could open a can of legal worms. Please reject and send them back to the drawing board. And in anticipation that the EA will be afforded the last word today, it is well to emphasise that their SOP of a substitute scheme of issuing sump pumps, puddle pumps and flood doors
30 seconds.
does not help and potentially undermines our properties. And this will get worse with tons of more water being left in our cell if this project is approved. This barrier keeps more water in our areas and we all suffer from that. And that's what the EA is not expressing very well at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? Yeah, Councillor Fenton.
Thank you very much. I just want, looking through the report and we'll question the EA about their assertion that their scheme would not put your properties and others at greater risk than they are already. The report mentions the project does not protect cell B15, but there is no change in that respect. Is one of your main objections that this scheme doesn't go far enough and that you would want it to go further to protect more properties, namely yours and those of your neighbours?
Yes, there's two things here. Is first we want a wider screen which protects our properties. So what we want is a big wider screen which brings in the 50 as well. But also what is not covered, and which is why we are wanting more modelling, is that where the big problem that we have is water coming up from the water table, which is a big problem, and not necessarily the flood water coming from the river. Now, what's been happening is that during the past few years, the EA has been putting out more sump pumps and puddle pumps, and what is happening there is that when the water comes up, these sump pumps don't pump the water away because the water is coming up from the groundwater. So what it does is just moves the water into the streets, and the groundwater just brings it up to the same level again. Okay, so that's what the problem is. And our concern, which is why we need more modelling, is that with these additional sump pumps, which don't do any good, the puddle pumps don't do any good, is what they are doing for a lot of these houses is circulating the water through the foundations. If it was just left, no sump pumps, the water would just rise and then go down again. But with the pumps, the sump pumps and the puddle pumps, it's bringing up subsoil and it's causing a circulation. We do not know what that does to our foundations. It might do nothing, but it might be serious, which is why we want more advanced modelling. But that is just by the way. Our main aim is what we want a wider scheme that brings our houses into the same protection as the others. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Councillor Coles, please.
Apologies, this is my first planning meeting. So could you just clarify whereabouts the residents live and where that sits in the?
Well, we sit behind the barrier.
All right, but
Peckett
specifically
Street.
on the map, it would be really helpful for me to understand where you are.
Not very good at that, but okay. Well, we're Peckett Street, Tower Street behind the back, along the front of the King's Stave, and then around through from Tower Gardens. If you go along King's Stave, up to Tower Gardens, up to where the demountable barrier is supposed to be, is going to be erected, then go back that way. Does that give you a clearer idea or not?
I think it does. Thank you.
If you know Tower Gardens, if you stand in Tower Gardens and look to the wall, which is sort of parallel to Clifford's Tower, and the properties behind it, the ones along the front, up Beckett Street, and around that way.
Between the old fire station and the river.
That's it. The first,
Right,
first
yeah.
the fire. There's about
Yeah,
there's about
yeah, I can see now on the
there's
map.
about 50
Thank
properties
you.
in that.
Yeah.
It's just a bit more than 50.
Thank you. Don't see any other hands, so if you want to take a seat again, thank you for coming to
Thank you
speak.
very much.
Next speaker is Councillor Melly, Guildhall Ward Councillor. You'll be well versed in this, so I'm going to assume you don't want a 30-second warning unless you say otherwise. Yeah, fine.
Right, thank you. I spoke in public participation the last time this application came to committee, and now I'm back again without much new to say because this is the exact same application. There have been no modifications to alleviate the concerns of the public or of this committee, and no engagement or communication with the residents or the ward councillors. Paragraph 1.3 of the report says that no properties have been identified as being affected by a transfer of flood risk by installing flood defence across Tower Street. But this is possibly because there haven't been any meaningful efforts to identify the impacts in terms of flood risks to properties on the River Ouse side of the proposed barrier. Residents are concerned that these plans will increase the flood risk to their homes. The EA have dismissed these concerns rather than addressing them or even modelling the risk, simply saying that the proposed defences won't be needed until a river height of 10 metres, at which point flood cell B15 is flooded anyway. But cell B15 isn't one homogeneous area, it's a neighbourhood of homes at a variety of heights and a variety of distances from the river with different building thresholds and different floor levels. Some are not flooded at 10 metres, but could be as a result of these plans. Some homes are flooded at 10 metres, but could be flooded deeper or for longer as a result of these plans. The modelling hasn't been done despite being requested. I would like to draw your attention to the response from the flood risk management team, which starts on page 15 of the papers. They point out that some modelling has been done only on the fluvial impacts of the scheme and not on any of the other types of flooding impacts. They also say that the EA needs to work closely with the community, which they have not. The report says that these plans will do harm to listed buildings, such as the courthouse, but that the harm is outweighed by the benefits of the scheme. However, there are very few benefits of this scheme. It doesn't provide any flood protection benefits over the current sandbagging system. And the harm to listed buildings in Peckett Street and South Esplanade and that area are not factored into the planning balance to this report, even though they should be. This committee has recently refused planning permission for alterations to listed buildings on the Ouse side of this proposed barrier in order to prevent harm to them due to them being listed. So harm that these plans could do to those very same buildings can't be disregarded now when it comes to these plans. You are required to give considerable weight to harm to listed buildings. Paragraph 173 of the National Planning Policy Framework says that when determining planning applications, planning authorities need to ensure that flood risk is not increased elsewhere. You can't possibly do that today with the information you have in front of you. You determined that you didn't have enough information to be able to approve this application last time, and no additional information has been provided, so you don't have enough information to approve it now. You do need to consider the increased flood risk. You do need to consider the impact on listed buildings. And in terms of the ramp in the car park, you do need to consider the public sector equality duty. These are all planning considerations which haven't been addressed by the applicant in this case.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Councillor Melly? I'm not seeing any, so if you want to take your seat again. Thank you very much. And I'll call the final speaker, which is Mark Fuller, speaking as the applicant for the Environment Agency. Mark, I believe you're going to be joined by Richard Laver and Sam Crutchley as well. Away you're not speaking, but if you want to join us now and if you then are answering questions, that's fine to do that. Do you want a 30-second warning, or are you happy to speak? Only 3 minutes, yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you. Just start when you're ready then, please.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. I will address each of the deferral points in turn. Further modelling work to the satisfaction of the LPA and the LLFA on the flood impact of Tower Street barrier on Peckett Street and the surrounding properties. This was addressed in Appendix A in our deferral submission. The additional analysis of our modelling has been completed and submitted for assessment. To summarise this again, there is no change to the flood risk in this community. The statement from Richard Wells, the City of York Council Senior Flood Risk Engineer, says, having assessed the documents and the flood risk submitted in support of the application, we are content that there will be no increase in flood risk in the Friars Terrace, Peckett Street, Tower Place and South Esplanade areas when compared against the do-nothing scenario. With regard to the proposed demountable flood defences across Tower Street, this will not exacerbate the flood risk posed in this area. In addition to this, I'd like to add that to make it clear that the new demountable units that we were proposing to provide will only be deployed across Tower Street after the road has already been closed for flooding. It wouldn't be deployed more frequently than that. Deferral point 2 was to provide clearer visualisations of the proposals, and you saw those on the presentation, and there were deferral point B, Appendix B in the deferral submission. And deferral point 3 was to supply more information on how the St George's access ramp could be made accessible, and that was covered by Appendix C in our deferral submission. We have considered alternative options for the access ramp into St George's Field Car Park, including shallowing the gradient of the ramp by extending the car park and lowering the footpath adjacent to the vehicle carriageway. Details of this were submitted, but in summary, they have confirmed that our scheme, as currently proposed, has shown due regard to the Equality Act 2010 and is supported in the local officers' report, and it is the appropriate one to put forward for approval. The current proposal does provide marginal betterment in comparison to the existing ramp conditions, therefore improving accessibility for disabled users. We are also aware of the fact that there is existing pedestrian access in and out of the car park under Skeldergate Bridge via New Walk. This gives access to St George's car park into central York, as highlighted by the signage within the car park. We have spoken to many of the residents and businesses owners along the River Foss who were flooded in 2015 and who are keen to see these works completed. Letters of support for the scheme can be seen on the CYC portal. The impact of not completing this project could be devastating for these 1,600 homes and business owners along the Foss corridor, as well as putting at risk critical infrastructure and transport links across the city. All of these will be better protected by our scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a question. Councillor Fenton, if you want to start us off.
Thank you. I suppose the first question I would have is, given everything you read out in terms of the assessment and risk and the comments from the council's flood risk officer, why is it you believe that at least some residents remain unconvinced about the impact, the potential impact that the scheme would have in terms of increasing the risk of flooding? So I suppose that's it, because we've got two competing narratives really, and it's kind of difficult to understand where the gap is. And the second question is around, public speaker spoke about flooding not from the river but coming up from whether it's through the drainage system or just a high water table. Okay. Is there any interaction between that problem and whether that may be exacerbated by this scheme, or is that an entirely separate but important issue that clearly affects residents in that area? It's just trying to understand the interaction, if there is any, between those problems and this scheme, because it's this scheme that we're here to consider.
Yeah, I think for your first point, to understand why we feel that this has no impact on the residents of Peckett Street and South Esplanade, we use modelling. We use transfer risk modelling, we use computer modelling to provide the evidence to support our planning application and our documentation to prove that there is no risk to other properties. And it's the same process that we've used for all of the other cells in York. We've done lots of cells, about 14 or 15, and we've used the same process through the planning system to prove that our flood defence schemes aren't going to provide any worsening of the situation to other people. It's the same process that we used here, and it does show no detriment to those properties. We have tried to engage with the residents. We did twice last year, and it was difficult. We put our case forward. We tried to answer questions, but we did find that it was a challenging sort of discussion to have, and we didn't succeed in making people understand.
Yeah, so the second point's around groundwater and the impacts of the scheme. So our scheme is primarily concentrating on fluvial flooding, so essentially overground floodwater from the Ouse to the Foss. There are no significant seepage cut-offs in the scheme, like we've done at, say, Clementhorpe as an example, where we've done deep soil mixing to stop groundwater flooding. And in fact, as Mr. Dench did talk about, the B15 community is incredibly complex. We totally accept that there are groundwater issues there. There are seepage issues in B15, which then also allow that kind of proves the point of the level of complexity that a flood defence scheme for that community would actually be, and how costly it would be, and how technically difficult it is to fully protect that community.
I had a couple of questions. First one was just kind of more broadly to see how this differs to what's already in operation in terms of what we already operate when it gets to this above 10-metre level and what we're proposing to do here. How would that change and how would that differ in relation to B15 to what we have currently? I guess that's the question.
The situation currently is as the Environment Agency, it looks at forecast, it looks at river levels, and it determines what flood defences need to be operated within the city to keep people safe. And when the forecast in York reaches 10 metres AOD, which is 5 metres above its normal level, that's when we're at risk of water coming over the top of Tower Street and entering the Foss Basin. And if that was to happen, then the Foss Basin would be pumping water round and round in circles, and it would be catastrophic for the homes and businesses on the Foss corridor. At the moment, our operation instructions is to put sandbags across the peak of that road across Tower Street, right up near the roundabout. So we did it in 2000, we laid the sandbags there and water was lapping against those sandbags. And in 2000, it was the highest flood level in York that's ever been recorded. And it protected York from flooding. The sandbags did their job. What we're proposing with this proposal is to replace those sandbags, which are a very 20th century way of doing flood defence, with a more modern, more efficient and an easier to deploy, quicker to deploy system of demountable units, which will go in exactly the same place across, or very roughly the same place across the street. And they will be stored in our depot in Selby, and we would deploy them when they're needed at that same trigger level of 10 metres AOD. And at 10 metres, that forecast of 10 metres, Tower Street is already closed for traffic because the water has come across the road. So it wouldn't be having any problems having road closures. It would already be impassable.
Can I just sort of emphasise that the point, I think, really is that what we're doing is just formalising with this, with a more sound engineering structure of a demountable. It is going in the same place and it'll be triggered at the same level. So there's no difference in how it will operate in terms of flood risk transfer. And as our position is, there's no change in that flood risk transfer.
And the second one, I just wanted, obviously we've talked about the ramp and there's lots of reasons outlined for the ramp. We've got the additional query in relation to what's been raised by the exec member for transport in terms of the alternative access points within the site, bollards, barriers, dropping curbs to make those accessible for people using them. Is that something that's been considered, or is that something that you'd be, I mean, obviously our powers are to condition items like that, but I just wanted to ask what your views were on that as part of it.
We have no issue with that at all. Yeah, we welcome this.
Right, thanks. Councillor Coles, please.
I'm slightly confused by the fact that this application has come previously and is coming back again, and that you're saying that there's no difference in terms of the what already happened. You're formalising it, you're putting in more permanent structures. You have clearly failed to convince residents because they've spoken to us here. You said, I think that you'd spoken to residents and businesses along the Foss corridor, which are obviously the larger number of properties and businesses who are affected. But as obviously we've heard representation this evening from the residents who live more closely to the U's. I'm slightly flummoxed as to why, if it is so straightforward, you've not managed to convince them. I'm not predetermined in any way. I'm just kind of surprised if your argument is as clear and as straightforward as you've made it to us, that you haven't convinced residents or councillors and elected representatives in that area about the merits of it, if it is as straightforward as you say, and it's been before this committee before.
I think, you know, as we've heard, the residents of that community are impacted by flood risk, and it's devastating, any kind of flooding. And we see that, and, you know, those residents do see that devastating impact of that flood risk. The issue that we've got here in the scheme is this scheme is not designed to protect them. What they would like, and, you know, it's clearly articulated previously, they would like a scheme that would defend that kind of community. We've looked at that numerous times through the scheme and going right back to the 1990s. Because of the challenges in that particular scheme, we don't have a viable scheme that we can justify. You know, we would dearly love to deliver a scheme in that area, but we can't put forward a scheme that meets, in essence, Treasury rules about cost and benefit and value for money. So I think it's our opinion that obviously that community, what they really want is a scheme from that area. And I think that's what you've heard here and at the previous meeting. It's for that area they would like a scheme. This scheme that we're putting forward is completely different. It's a self-contained flood cell.
Yeah.
And the point that the resident made around, I guess there's a trust issue about whether or not this will make anything worse for them. They obviously believe that it will. You obviously believe that it won't. Is there a kind of way of establishing the baseline here so that there is a way of them knowing that it hasn't any impact on them? Because they're clearly unconvinced.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Ultimately, we put forward our scheme on the basis of expert advice and an expert analysis, which is our transfer of risk model. Our transfer of risk model used in this scheme also underpins half a dozen other schemes within York which have been delivered in the last 6 years, protecting 2,000 properties. So it would be facetious of me to say I can prove to you that that modelling is true. We accept that on behalf of the people who produce it for us. We do our own internal checks on those modelling to make sure that we're comfortable with using that in our planning applications, and we put that forward for your review and your approval. It's really tricky. I'm not going to say that there's an easy answer to that at all, but ultimately, our transfer of risk model, which we've used across the whole of the York flood alleviation scheme, has delivered significant benefits to thousands of properties in York, and we would like these additional properties to be added to that number.
Thank you. Councillor Cullick, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask you once again, just to repeat what I heard you say earlier, that what is proposed is not significantly different from what would be the normal practice now, should the river height be sufficient to justify the use of sandbags, that what you're proposing is simply a more efficient flood defence that would be more modern, perhaps easier to and quicker to install. And there is no additional risk.
The proposals we've got is exactly what you said. You're exactly right. At the moment, we use sandbags, and that's been the instruction for us to, or the operational instruction for us to use since the Foss Barrier was first built in the late 1980s. We recognised there was a potential low spot across Tower Street, and the use of sandbags would have been used from then onwards. We've used it once in 2000 when we had that flood. I don't know if you remember that. It was the highest on record, and that did stop the Foss Barrier from being overwhelmed with that extra water. And the proposals now are exactly the same alignment of defences. It's just not sandbags. Sandbags are difficult, they're to deploy, they're time consuming, they're heavy, they're wasteful because you've got to throw them away afterwards and put more in afterwards, and they take a long time to put in. The demountable is a specially designed system that will slot into the bits at the side that we saw photographs of earlier and into bits on the road. They will provide a more robust barrier for the water, and they would stop that water coming over. It's going to be a more robust way of doing the same thing and protect to a higher level.
Thanks.
Can I, just out of interest, you refer back again to November 2000, which, as you say, was probably the worst flooding York's experienced. Out of interest, how often has that been necessary since November 2000?
We very nearly did it in 2012. We were watching, I was in the flood room at York in York at the time in the incident room. So we were watching levels. It came up to 12 metres, sorry, came up to 10 metres, and we were there ready to get this sandbag wall in place. But the forecast was showing that it was turning and coming back down again soon after. So we had the sandbags ready in our depot. We didn't deploy them. We didn't put them up, and it wasn't needed. And the same would have happened in 2015, but we had the problem with the FULM barrier in 2015, which means that there was no need to put those out anyway. So it's happened once in the memory of the history of the FULM barrier, and going forwards, yes, we are expecting that it will be needed at some point, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. And with climate change and everything, it's suggesting that we may be using it more frequently in the future.
But what you're saying is that since November 2000, this has not been needed.
No, it's not.
Okay. Thanks. I'm not seeing any other question. I'm sorry, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. You said that the scheme will be deployed at 10 metres AOD when the river rises to that level. What level? I think it's somewhere in the port, 9.7 metres is where Peckett Street floods. Does that include all the properties on Peckett Street? Because as I've looked at it on a map, it looks to go a fairly severe gradient down to the river. So presumably the ones on the river frontage and such like will already have been flooded long before this is actually deployed. Is that correct?
That's right. The informal wall outside the houses between the properties of South Espenday, Friar Terrace, Peckett Street, you've probably seen it many times. It's an old historic wall made out of old York stone, and the top level of that is 9.7 metres.
Right.
So at our 10 metres, yes, there'll be 300 millimetres of water over that wall, which will be unfortunately affecting those properties in that area. And as the levels rise, it will affect more people as that flooding envelope rises to meet the extra height. So yes, 300 millimetres over the top of that wall before we even deploy our demountable defences.
And as subsequent to that, obviously the key problem the residents seem to have is that they are not being protected by this scheme. You say that it's not economically viable to protect those houses. What criteria are we using for that, please? Because clearly there could be a scheme to do this. They do this all along the River Severn at places like Ross-on-Wye and so on. Sorry, not Ross-on-Wye. Ludlow, is it? I think, yeah. They have barriers that go along the entire side of it, which protect the city. Why could that not be done here to protect those residents there?
So as I mentioned previously, we have looked at it on several occasions. I mean, it's a very technically challenging area. You've got some historic and amenity kind of issues and constraints in there, but also you've got the ground conditions there. So in essence, being able to build a flood wall, when we build a flood wall, it's not necessarily the height above that we have to construct below as well. So you're getting into a very complex engineering solution that combined when you've got certain Yorkshire Water, old Victorian sewers in that kind of area and utilities. So we've looked at it. We've looked at all the way along that right up to the King's Arms pub to do that. So when we look at that, we look at and build all those costs up, and that's what we've looked at. We then compare that to benefits. So we have to look at how many properties would actually that protect in the order of 50 kind of properties, and we don't be able to get a benefit cost ratio what balances. And for us to take any scheme forward against our internal procedures, and that's governed by Treasury rules, we need to get a benefit cost ratio of 1.4, and we can't do that at the moment. That doesn't mean that in the future those rules might change, and we would certainly revisit that, and we would like to revisit that. And in the short term, what we have been doing, certainly we've contacted 70 properties in that area, and we have been offering them PFR. So these are measures that for an individual property level, there is an offer to do something. So we're not ignoring it. Now, that will only give them a certain level of protection, that PFR, we understand that, but it is something that we are offering, and we've been out in the community and offering that, and say we've offered that to 70 people. Or 70 properties, I should say.
Thank you.
I was just is that the end question? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing a hand, so if you want to take a seat, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll move on to any questions that the committee have for officers after having heard the presentation and that in relation to the report. Any other questions? I'd like to start off. Councillor Fenton, please.
Yeah, just clarification really, paragraph 6.1 on page 28. Obviously we've heard there are differing opinions on whether the proposed scheme would have an adverse effect on flood risk for the properties not covered by the scheme. Final sentence of paragraph 6.1 states flood risk is not grounds to oppose the application. I just want to be clear, the reference to flood risk, are we talking, does that refer to the unprotected properties or the properties that would be protected by the scheme? I just want to be clear what steer that is giving us.
Yeah, I think there's probably a word missing there, so that what we're looking at in terms of our assessment in MPPF terms is whether there's an impact and an adverse impact on flood risk elsewhere. So the word you would have put in there is flood risk elsewhere is not grounds to oppose the application.
Not seeing other hands. Guess a similar question, which was in terms of the principle of what we're being asked to review here. The question would be purely, does it have any adverse impact externally, generally not, but beyond what's already occurring, rather than what's already there, I guess is the question we're being asked. If you could just explain the principle of what we're making the decision on.
So yeah, from our perspective and for what members to be mindful of, we're only looking at the scheme in front of us. We're not addressing the Environment Agency's wider project to protect the city. So it's just this scheme in isolation and that key text in terms of whether there's an increase in flood risk elsewhere as a consequence of the scheme. The key issue that the residents have is the issue of the barrier that goes in at Tower Street. And as we've already discussed, there's not a fundamental change there. That what potentially happens at the moment is at time of flood risk, when the 10 AOD, when the floodwaters are there, that's when the conversations and the decision is made between the Environment Agency and the council as to whether to deploy the sandbags. That what's in this application is purely a change from the issue of potentially deploying sandbags to we're asking you to consider and we're recommending approval that the facilities are there installed to allow these demountable barriers to be put in as an alternative to the sandbags, because as has been explained, it's a far more sustainable and effective way of installing a defence compared to the sandbags. So from our perspective as officers, when we're looking at it, we can't, between what happens at the moment and what's proposed as part of this scheme, that doesn't make a change to the flood risk elsewhere. So that's hence the continued recommendation for approval.
Thank you. And one other question in regards to the stuff put forward in terms of accessibility and alternatives. When it comes to the curtain bollards, are you confident that we have sufficient flexibility in the conditions we have now to implement those changes, or would that require further alteration, I guess is the question I had in terms of conditions?
Yes, it's not this, the comment only came in at the beginning of the week, so that's it. Nothing to that extent is covered in the conditions recommended at the moment. The perspective when we looked at the access, there is a level access from the car park onto the Riverside Walk as an alternative. As the Environment Agency's photos showed in their resubmission, there is signage there by the pay and display areas that directs people to the Riverside Walk as a way of leaving the car park. The point that the issue about the bollards, we have to make a decision as to whether any condition related to those would pass the tests for being reasonable. And so they have to be necessary for us to allow the development. So we have to be confident and comfortable that the whole scheme couldn't go ahead without those bollards being moved. And the two aren't essentially related. And that they have to be reasonable and deliverable, and that we couldn't use it even if we thought it was necessary. We couldn't use a condition and put an ask on the Environment Agency to make bollards be removed, because it's on public highway as far as I'm aware. So it would be a decision that the council's highways team would have to take, that they put them there for a specific reason. We haven't had that dialogue as to whether, so we could be possibly asking them, the Environment Agency, to do something that even if they had the funding to do, they'd be unable to do so for reasons beyond their powers. So it's not something that we would advocate as a condition.
So, any other questions from councillors? No. Okay, I'll probably pick that back up in the discussion to try and work out how we deal with that. But would anyone like? We're going to enter the discussion phase purely discussing the recommendation as it is in report and any changes to conditions related to that. Would anyone like to start us off? Councillor Fenton, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I was on this committee when this application was last considered. I think the concerns expressed by the residents at that committee have not changed, and I don't doubt the problems that have existed and will persist. But I don't think it's appropriate for this application to be potentially rejected because it doesn't do some things it was never intended to do. I think we'd all like for there to be a scheme that would do even more and protect even more properties, but that's so I'm looking at this on the basis of what this scheme seeks to achieve. But don't doubt the desirability of either a wider scheme that would protect more properties, but that's not what we're here to discuss. It's a bit depressing to hear the same concerns being raised about communication and resident engagement and engagement with councillors, and I would really hope the Environment Agency had made more of an effort. I've not been involved in those discussions and those conversations, so I don't know who spoke to whom when, but that is a remaining concern. In terms of these sort of differing views as to whether or not this scheme would increase flood risk, I'm not an engineer. I wouldn't. I've got no basis to reject the robustness of the assessments the Environment Agency say that they have done. And again, I keep coming back to what is this scheme? It's a different approach to implementing similar defences to those that exist when needed in terms of sandbags at the moment and a demountable barrier going forward. I don't underestimate the public benefit that would arise from hundreds more properties being protected as a result of this scheme, and we shouldn't overlook that. In terms of the comments around level access from St George's Field car park, it seems to me that's something that the council can do regardless of the outcome of this application, because at the moment there is one level access from St George's Field car park in order so as to avoid the ramp. If additional level access and exit points can be created, that's something that we can do as a highways authority anyway. So I don't think we need to link it to the scheme, and I agree with Jonathan that to do so would be, I don't think it would pass the reasonableness test. I think it would be desirable, and if it can be done, I think it can be done separately to this application. Yes, just some views on having heard reread the report and heard the discussion for a second time.
Thanks. Anyone else got anything they'd like to raise? I'm not seeing any other hands. I'll put forward I'd probably ditto the points that you've made there, Councillor Fenton. I fully understand residents' concerns for the wider area, the area outside of this application, but I don't think that I've not heard anything that makes me think that the modelling that's been done doesn't essentially the way that it's set up isn't going to impact those concerns. I mean, and I don't think that deferring this application increases the likelihood of things happening in that area. I think even if that was a relevant consideration, I think that unfortunately that is a separate matter. And unfortunately, the way that the Environment Agency works currently, they're not going to tackle that problem. But what this does do is tackle that problem for this area. And also, I think we've talked a lot about the demountable barrier, but there are other benefits beyond that. That we haven't focused on as much in terms of the changes to the walls around the car park, and I can see all those benefits. I would really have liked to have put forward something about LTM 120, but I do take on board your comments that in many ways that's our car park and our access, and perhaps that's something that we should resolve as a council. So I take that on board on reflection, and yeah, I understand that. So yeah, I think while the material of what's provided has not changed, I think the understanding of what's actually happening here is different to what was discussed at the committee last time, and perhaps a little bit clearer. So I think I'm more comfortable in that position. But I don't know if anyone has anything they'd like to raise. Councillor Coles.
I'm not sure whether it is an appropriate condition, and I don't know whether this is a matter of public record anyway, but the modelling that the Environment Agency have done around and any anticipated impact on other neighbouring properties, if that isn't a matter of public record, given that the local residents haven't been particularly convinced by their arguments, if it's not a matter of public record, I just wonder whether we could ask that it is, so that even if people haven't been convinced by the arguments and the modelling that's been done by the Environment Agency about the potential or assumed lack of impact on them, at least if that modelling was public, if it is, as residents suspect, that it will impact on them, at least that modelling is there in the public domain for them to have access to, and if it isn't, I think that just adds fuel to their concerns that it might impact them, and they would have nothing to fall back on if it was. But I don't know whether that's a suitable thing to have added as a condition, that information be made public so that the residents have access to it.
I mean, we have it as part of the Environment Agency's submission. We have a degree of that modelling, and it's summarised. It's been issued to the extent that our flood risk engineers are satisfied with it. That might be a different opinion compared to the residents, but we've got a certain level of information there that we've been able to take advice on from our internal consultees.
That on the planning part?
It's publicly accessible, yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm not seeing any further comments, and there aren't any alterations. So would anyone like to propose that we move the offer as a recommendation? Not seeing them. Councillor Cullick.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Fenton summed up very eloquently my thoughts. I don't think I would add to those, and given everything that we've heard this afternoon, I would be prepared to propose that we accept this application. The application is approved.
Okay, and Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Yes, I'll second it. I feel very sorry for the residents, but they fall into the same criteria as friends of mine who are just about to move from North Norfolk when the house falls into the sea later this year, because it doesn't meet the criteria for protecting the coast. So it's a sad fact, unfortunately, these criteria come in, but it's not relevant to this application. I do hope a situation, the Environment Agency can find a way to protect the houses in Tower Street, but as I say, that will need require a change in central government law.
Thank you. In that case, we'll move to on. This is 4A in terms of the full application. Could you just take us through the recommendations it stands, please, Jonathan?
Yes, thank you. So the recommendation is to approve as per the officer's report, subject to the amendment to the condition as mentioned in the update, it's amendment to condition 4 for the full application.
Okay, thank you.
So 4 of the listed building, 5 of the full. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, starting with 4A, can I see all those who are for the officer recommendation, please? Recommendation. Okay, so that is unanimous and that application is approved. I don't need to take us back through any discussion. Maybe there are any separate questions on the LBC, but could you just run us through the recommendation? Oh, sorry, need a proposer in a second, as always. Sorry, I'm looking for someone to propose that we move the officer recommendation for item 4B, listed building consent. Yeah, proposed from Councillor Cullick and then second. Yeah, Councillor Coles, thank you. Yeah, if you could just run us through that one as well, please.
Yes, so for the LBC, it's approve as per the officer's report, adjustment to condition 4, and that was just the condition is just to remind you, it's in respect to those large scale details of the housing to the temporary barrier on each side of Tower Street.
Thank you. And again, just ask all those who are for moving that recommendation. And again, that is unanimous, so that application is approved. We'll take a short 5-minute break there because we've got a few people moving in and out of seats. So if you could just come back in, what's that? 37 minutes past 5. All good? Yeah, okay. Welcome back. We will we'll move on. Before we go on to the next item, I just want to welcome back the members of the committee. So we've got joined by Councillor Melly, who's rejoined, and we've got Councillor Baxter and Councillor Bassey who've joined. I just thought I'd quickly touch back on declarations of interest. I'll just check if there's anything either of you wanted to raise, but not seeing anything. No. So we'll move on to the next item in that case. So I'm joined by Gareth Arnold, the development manager now. If you could take us through the presentation, please, Gareth, for this item.
Thank you, Chair. The application site for this particular proposal is Tang School on 6th Avenue. The proposal is for the demolition of the existing school building, construction of a new single-storey school building with associated car parking, access, play space, playing field and landscaping. Members should note that there's an existing children's centre at the site which is to be retained, and I'll point that out to members during the presentation. The school's not listed and it's not in a conservation area, but it is considered to be a non-designated heritage asset in accordance with the details that are set out in paragraphs 516 to 518 of the report. So just go through the proposal. Let's get my points ready. So this is the existing site plan. So Tang School is built in an H form in the 1920s as a centerpiece of the Tang estate. The children's centre that I referred to as this building, a later addition sitting in front of them, the main two-storey cross section of the building. Google satellite view, existing multi-use games area, 6th Avenue running across the front of the site, main entrance. There's second entrance to the rear of the site into this corner. Just a slightly different view, so you can pick out that two-storey central I don't know, cross beam of the H. Some photographs from ground level. So this was a multi-use games area that I pointed out. So this is the rear schoolyard. Members who came along to the site visit will have seen the corridors. So these photographs show the corridors, which I believe are later additions to the 1927 school building, which give access throughout the H shape of the school. Car park and the children's centre. View into the site from 6th Avenue. And another view from 6th Avenue showing these significant street trees outside of the school boundary, which members can see. The drawings, so this is the demolition plans. In the black and white agenda papers, it was completely unhelpful, but the demolition is shown in red, effectively the whole of the school building with the exception of the children's centre. Proposed site plan concentrates the school buildings into that northwest corner of the site. A car park to the south, a new playing field, the retained multi-use games area, which helps you get a bit of a perspective of how everything fits in the site. Ground floor plan shows the classroom area, reception and office areas, and then the school hall. Roof plan included this just to show the amount of solar panels to be provided on the green roof. The elevations, a single-story building with double height space for the school hall. So this is the 6th Avenue elevation. With street scene elevations existing at the top, proposed at the bottom. And some artist impressions from 6th Avenue. Finally, the landscaping plan really illustrates the amount of new green space to be provided within the boundaries of the school compared to the existing situation. Which I'll just go back to that aerial view. There we go. There is a short update that Natalie can take members through.
Just the one update on this application, as set out within the office report at 5.49, where biodiversity net gain is secured by condition, a financial contribution is often required to monitor the on-site biodiversity net gain. This is to ensure compliance with the Environment Act. However, as one of the landowners is the council, it's not usual practice to enter into a legal agreement with itself to secure this financial contribution. As such, we're proposing a condition whereby the school must instead monitor itself and then report back to the local planning authority with a monitoring statement every 5 years for the 30 years, which is required by the Act. And then there's a draft condition set out just below that one for members. The additional information has been assessed and the officer's recommendation remains for approval as set out within the public report, subject to the inclusion of the biodiversity net gain monitoring condition. Thank you.
Thanks. Before we go to public participation, does anyone have any questions on the plans or anything they want clarifying? Councillor Coles.
So I just wanted to check, I didn't realise there were 2 entrances to that school when we did the site visit. Is the proposal to retain 2 entrances or to get rid of one?
Yes, so the 4th Avenue entrance in the southeast corner is to be retained as pedestrian only access, but the vehicular access will be from 6th Avenue.
Sorry, and one other thing, and this may be not a planning issue, but what's happening to the school while the if the proposal went through? Because it doesn't look like from the plans you could carry on operating as a school while you knock it all down.
Yes, so it will be a phased development. It's set out at 5.31 of the public report. So in terms of demolition, the first building to be demolished is the northwest quadrant of the school, and then the school is going to relocate into other wings. And once this wing is demolished, the new school will be built in the northwest corner. The remaining wings will then be demolished once the new school is operational.
Thank you. Not seeing any other comments, so we'll move forward into public participation. We've got 2 sets of speakers. First up, I'd like to invite Michelle Bowling and Andrew Daly, who are speaking in support from the Pathfinder Multi-Academy Trust, if you'd like to come up. Yeah, if you all want to come up, yeah, that's absolutely fine. So is this also, yeah, and Brian from, yeah, as the applicant. Okay, so we'll take all 3 of you at once. Yeah, so if you want to speak, you'll just have the 3 minutes for the speech and then questions afterwards. So just if you want to start when you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm Brian Kavanagh, the agent for the application. It's welcome that there's no objectors speaking against the scheme this evening, but it's also, which is unusual, that you get 3 speakers here to speak. But I suppose that's a testament to the quality of the application, but also it's not often you get a scheme that results in less floor space and more green fields in front of you at a planning committee. I'm happy to answer any questions. I endorse the committee report, but any technical questions, I know that the agent has mentioned a lot in the committee report, so any questions you have, direct them to me. One of the main things is, I notice that the applicant is ISG Construction, and you may not be aware, but ISG Construction went into administration last Thursday on the same day this was confirmed for committee. We didn't want this They're my client, but we didn't want this to hold up the application. We know that this planning permission is very, very important to the school. The school applied for funding in 2021. They worked with the DFE before ISG got involved. ISG were appointed by the DFE. They had an excellent architecture, engineering, planning consultants. And we had a very good rapport with the City of York Council through pre-application, application stage. So it was upsetting to get the news that lots of my colleagues and friends had lost their jobs overnight, but also it's upsetting that they wouldn't be delivering the school. They wouldn't be sitting next to me today to say, here's how we're going to build it, because they had done some excellent work to get to this point. One silver lining to this very dark cloud is that planning permission sits with the land. If granted, the project will get to have excellent benchmarks that the school will have planning permission. It will sit there to allow a new contractor to be found and tendered, and the school will still get to be delivered. So we didn't, despite ISG being the applicant and them being my client, I didn't want us to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. We wanted to continue with this to get the school to this point. That's just sort of a background to the project and why we're here, as I'm sure that question might come up, but I'll pass you on to the school now. We'll be able to talk about the real issues experienced at the school with the existing situation and the benefits that they'll experience with the new development should planning permission be granted. Thank you.
We were delighted to secure a place on the school rebuilding programme for Tang Primary School, and there are many reasons why we secured that place on the programme. Some of them are around an ageing building with narrow corridors, with very long corridors, ventilation, asbestos. The windows were in a poor state of repair. The addition of the corridors, whilst they were very much needed to secure the corridors inside the building, they all need replacing because they are not insulated, so you still feel like you're outside when you're wandering through the school. The insulation across the whole of the school is quite poor, so we're approaching the winter, we know that the school will be cold. And when we approach summer, we know that we're going to be too hot. So in terms of utilities, the school costs are in gas 3 times more than we'd expect to pay for a one-form entry school, and for electricity twice as much as we anticipate paying for a one-form entry school. So we are investing money in utilities rather than investing money in children and in the community. So we're very much focusing on the opportunities that this gives us. We end up with a school that's fit for purpose. It's much smaller because we don't need such a big school. It was built as almost a 2-form entry, and we're a 1-form entry school, and that won't change. So building a smaller school will allow us to give those families and children more outdoor space. It'll allow us to have a community aspect to school, and it will benefit the whole of the Tang Hall community. So we are very much focused on the fact that this gives us an opportunity to deliver good education in a modern school for that community. I'll just pass you over to Mr. Daly to add.
Yeah, evening everyone. Thanks for having us tonight. Obviously, the fact the 3 of us are here gives a sense of the importance of this, but also the context given the other school we're building in York in terms of at Hempland and what's happened over the last week. We're really proud that we've been able to work with the government to bring 2 brand new schools to the city, funded and paid for by the government. Right, whilst the unforeseen obstacles are really unfortunate, especially for people who've lost their jobs, that it still represents a fantastic opportunity for York. Specifically in terms of Tang Hall School, those of us that have worked in that community for a long time understand the importance of the building to the community, but the building isn't fit for purpose as a school anymore. And we will make sure that the legacy of the old school is evident in the new school. Okay, when you come in, there'll be lots of examples of the history of the community, the history of the school, but we feel really incredibly strongly that this new school is another opportunity to help us lift that community, to help us serve that community and help the children there have the very, very best opportunities possible. So I guess against that backdrop, all 3 of us are happy to answer any questions that you might have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions that they'd like to ask? Yeah, Councillor Fenton, please.
Thank you for that. Just a question about outdoor play space, because at the moment the school has what you'd call a traditional playground and the multi-use games area. Under the proposals, there's obviously a new outdoor grass pitch, which is fantastic, and the retention of the mugger. But I couldn't see there a kind of a hard playground. So in winter, for example, will the mugger be used as a playground, or because in the winter and during wet weather, the grass pitch probably wouldn't be an appropriate playtime location. So I just wondered how you envisage the outdoor space working for kind of play.
Not an architect, I'm sort of wearing all my hats this evening, but there's so the mugger would be used as a form of play space because that is an all-weather pitch by definition. There's hard surface play areas. It's all very technical and sciencey and worked out on Excel spreadsheets before it's ever put on a plan. But per pupil, there's 2 separate areas, one to the east of the school, in that you can see that sort of turquoise area, that's sort of a climbing and frame equipment. So that is all a hard surface play area for the key stage 2. And then to the south, the sort of the square just above the cycle store, there, that's the key stage 1 hard surface play area. And then the nursery to the north of the building has its own separate area. So they're all sort of delineated based on their key stages, areas all calculated in accordance with BB 103, which is a British standard for outside play areas. So everything is accommodated with an addition of 3,500 square meters of soft landscaping.
Councillor Coles, please.
Thank you. I actually attended this nursery school till I was 5, and it's disturbingly hasn't changed, apart from the addition of the corridors, because it was all open when I was there, and so you think it's cold in the I think it's cold now. It was definitely cold then. I had a question about the kind of the number of staff and parking spaces in terms of what's your current staffing number and what do you anticipate it in the school that you're and the school building that's proposed, and also just around pupil numbers. I know the demographics of that area have changed significantly, certainly since I lived there, but just how confident are you around those pupil numbers, in particular given the other schools, the other primary schools in that area, and how likely any changes might be in any of those schools, and whether that might impact on your numbers in the future as well. Yeah, I'm particularly concerned about the parking. That parking looks big compared to if it's only a 1-form entry school. So I was just wondering whether you had anything you could say about that, and just around the school places. Yeah, thanks.
If you don't mind, I'll answer the question on parking. Would you mind running back to the existing site plan, if that's okay? So the way the funding works for these projects is it's a school rebuilding program, as in they assess the school's facilities. Enhancements to parking, etc., don't come into it. Funding isn't allowed for it. If you ask for 1 extra parking space, the Department for Education say, no, we don't care about parking. We will allow you to have a re-provision of what's existing. But if you go to look at the aerial image, obviously the car park looks bigger than what's there at the moment. But what you don't see actually on that angle is that there's a car parking all along the southern boundary as well. So what we're doing is consolidating the existing park into the same numbers, but improving the number of blue badge spaces and drop-offs for servicing and deliveries. But we're only re-providing what is existing, but in just a consolidated manner. Parking probably does seem slightly high, but compared to a 1-form entry school, but I suppose it's also accommodating the children's centre as well, which is they have visitors dotted throughout the day. They've staff there. They have visitors coming in on a pretty ad hoc basis. That also needs to be accommodated. So it's sort of an efficient way of combining it all in one convenient location that frees up 75% of the site to be safe for school.
And in terms of the pupil numbers, that's a good question. We work really well as a city, all the schools in the city, all the trusts in the city, with the local authorities, place planners, and forecasting pupil numbers going forward. So we have a really good understanding of the number of children in each part of the city. Most of the primary schools in this part of the city, not all of them, most of them are in Pathfinder. Okay, so we're able to look across projections for those schools. One or two of the schools in the trust, in close by areas, there are some pressures on pupil numbers, but they're not the pressures at Tang Hall. Okay, Tang Hall has a pan of 30, right? Most years settles on 27, 28, 29 young people in that year group. Okay, and then the schools close by in terms of Hempland and Heworth are both full. Okay, so some of the place pressures around pupil numbers we're facing in some of our schools are not as relevant here. We're confident that the one form entry is good going forward.
Thanks. Any other questions? I don't see. Yeah, Councillor Collick, please.
This might seem like an unusual question, but clearly you put a great deal of thought into this. At this stage, do you see any scope for improvement in these designs? Is there something you'd love to have included but haven't for some reason? And the sort of thing I have in mind, my colleague asked a question about play equipment, but across the city, I think of other primary schools. I think of one which has a wonderful adventure play area, another with a sensory garden, another with a garden area where the children themselves get to grow fruit and vegetables. Just even think about other use of that outdoor space that's been created. But you may have other ideas that maybe we could add some value here.
So I think I'll probably give a simple answer, and then colleagues might give a better one. Because this is funded by DFE, and we're constrained by what DFE will let us have, right? And we've worked really hard to get the maximum that we can. Okay, some of the things you talk about, we may well do ourselves afterwards. Okay, this is a starting point for the site. It isn't an end point, right? But maybe there's a more technical answer to that.
Yeah, certainly. I think that, again, go back to Excel spreadsheets, every classroom is calculated per pupil. If a classroom needs to be 60 square meters, if you propose a classroom of 61 square meters, the design advisor from the DFE, I hope they're watching, will say, could you reduce some square meter off that, guys, because we're not paying for that wasted space. It does come to that benchmark that is funded, and anything above that is a waste of public spending. But as you say, this provides the framework for the school to develop from. But on points about like habitat areas and social soft landscaped areas on the plans, if you actually go to the landscape plan, they are designed in. You can see to the north of the Mugga, we're proposing a sort of a sensory walkway with lots of new tree planting around those areas, where the intention is to put some elements from the actual school building that's being demolished in that area, so people can have a walk around and see what once was on the site. So that's the design ideas, but it's difficult to portray that in a planning drawing, shall we say. Thanks.
Sorry, could I just also add that to give you an example, we're working on another school, and when we identify that actually at this stage of building the project, it would be helpful to add something in that we're going to do later. And we have a facility to do that with the DFE, and we have done that on another project where we wanted extra canopy. So we arranged with the DFE that we would pay for that extra canopy at the time of building rather than put it in later, because it would work better if we do it at the time of building. So there are already things that we are thinking about for this school, and they'll be planned in as we start to work on the development.
Thank you. It's good to hear that.
Thanks. I'm not seeing anything else. So if you'd like to take a seat, and thanks for coming in to speak. Move on to questions to officers in relation to the report. Does anyone have anything that they would like to ask at this time? Yeah, Councillor Baxter, and I've got Councillor Melly as well.
Thank you, Chair. So sort of touching on Councillor Coles's point about the parking spaces, it looks like we're increasing the amount of parking spaces. I appreciate that 3 of those spaces are wheelchair accessible, which is great, but just wondering, we're supposed to be encouraging people to cycle, and there's obviously great cycle routes around there, and instead we could use it as a sort of bigger green area for the children to use.
Yep, so in terms of the car parking spaces, yep, there's currently 38 on site spread in 2 different locations and only 1 blue badge space. We are increasing this to 41, so an extra 3 spaces. This is basically to make sure we can get the 3 blue badge spaces in, which require a little bit more room, and also the EV charging points, which also require infrastructure and room as well. But we don't consider that an extra 3 spaces is detrimental in this instance, especially taking into account that it's a shared car park with a separate operator.
Councillor Melly, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this applicant, ISG Construction Limited, doesn't exist anymore. And they have ceased to exist while owing a lot of money to a lot of other companies that may also then have to fold as a result. So is everything that we've been shown in the plans, like the planting and the solar panels, is that all part of the conditioned plans so that we can be assured they will be in place and they're not just maybe good intentions and maybe a contract with a solar panel company or a planting company that then actually won't come to pass unless it's conditioned?
Yes, they are conditioned on condition 29. We have recommended that the measures set out within the sustainability statement are implemented and carried out.
I'll ask a question about the cycle parking and what the numbers related to cycle parking have changed to, please.
So cycle parking, they're going to do 3 different locations for long-term cycle parking. The nursery is to host small scooter parking for 10 scooters in the near the northern elevation of the building. The main car park will host a cycle parking area for 20 cycles and 20 scooters adjacent to the southern elevation. And a cycle store is also to be provided on the eastern boundary to host 20 cycles just for pupils. This gives a total of 40 long-term cycle parking spaces and 30 long-term scooter spaces, which we consider acceptable for the school and the differing cycle parking requirements for staff and pupils. We have on the plan, there isn't shown any short-term cycle parking, so we have conditioned that because we do recognise that there'll be short-term visitors to the site, and we've asked for 3 Sheffield stands, which will host 6 short-term cycle spaces in the main car park.
Thanks. And I had one other question on highways, which was, I mean, it starts off with the highway development control being quite clear about not being able to support the application, but then some of that seems to change as it goes through. Has there been further consultation on some of these points with highways, or what's the balance between that, what's been put forward by highways?
So the highways comments set out at 3.14 are their most recent comments. We haven't received any more since the report's been published. So these are their final comments on the scheme. In terms of what they've what concerns they have, we have gone through them all, and we do think they've been addressed in the report. So they think that excuse me, cycle parking is below the minimum requirement. However, we consider that on balance and taking into account other LTM 120 and Active Travel England's requests, we do consider the cycle parking the means is acceptable for the site. They do acknowledge that there is slightly more car parking in excess of what would usually be required, but again, we do consider that this is reasonable for 2 different operators on the site. The car parking bays, they suggest a slight increasement. However, the car parking bays are the standard size for building regulations. They have acknowledged that one of the EV charging points should be provided at a disabled bay, which we haven't managed to secure on this application. The 3 charging points are in the centre of the site, centre of the car park, which, yeah, those 3. But we don't think this is a grounds for refusal in this case. They would like a wider gate. However, we consider the gate, which is 5 metres wide, is acceptable. It would fit 2 cars coming in and out. And then other other concerns such as a quicker method of entry and exit into the site. Whilst it would be desirable, we don't think it's a grounds for refusal because they can still make the way into the site in a safe manner using the intercom. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that. Any other questions? Yeah, I've got Councillor Collick, please, now from Councillor Coles.
Thank you for that. Can you just repeat what you said about the parking facilities for disabled and the provision of charging?
So the disabled spaces are shown in yellow and the EV charging points are shown in with the black circles. The highways officer did request that one of the EV charging points was at a disabled car parking space. However, they're consolidated 3 together, mainly because the infrastructure and the cabling is all in one place. And we don't consider it a grounds for refusal that there isn't one at a disabled car parking space at the moment.
Councillor Coles, and I'll come to you, Councillor Maxson.
Apologies, I can't read this on my printed papers. I was just trying to log in so I could make it bigger. In the plans, are there any designated spaces for either a library or a dining space, or is the school assembly hall going to be used for something like school dinners? I just was trying to work out whether there were flexible spaces on that map that might be purposed for other things. And then just, I mean, I was going to come back to the capacity, the school numbers issue. I mean, it's possible that school numbers have been low because the building has been so awful, and that if you have a brand new, beautiful building with amazing green space and play areas, that the pupils will come. And actually, I'm just slightly want to challenge that assumption that in that area, that close to the city centre, this would automatically always be a one-form entry school. My other question was around, so I suppose my challenge there is, should there be some flexible space within that plan that would enable the school to grow if it needed to? The current building's been there for 100 years, so we have no idea in 2024 what the pupil numbers are likely to be in 50 years' time. We know we're probably looking 10, 15 years ahead, but we have no idea what that pupil demand is going to be that far ahead, and therefore building a building that has a level of flexibility in it would feel like a better kind of way of thinking about something when it's something as permanent as a school. I don't know whether you said when you were talking about cycle spaces about whether there were cycle spaces for children's bikes, which I know in most schools are slightly different to an adult parking area for bikes, where you just, all the kids' bikes just get locked up, you know, when school starts at the beginning of the day and the cycle shed gets unlocked at the end of the day. And I absolutely think that if there isn't additional scope for potential pupil number, teacher numbers to be higher in the future, that parking we shouldn't be retaining the same amount of parking that we have now. We should have less, because that parking was designed for a much bigger school. So that would be my challenge around the parking. Either you make the school space more flexible that it could accommodate more pupils in the future, or you reflect what you're building and actually have less parking and encourage people to travel to school in a different way.
So just touching on the room uses, you can't really see on that ground floor plan, but just give you an idea of what the rooms are used for. So the big green room is the hall, and to the left of the hall, you've got the kitchen, servery and sports area. And then directly above, you have got quite flexible rooms. So the yellow rooms are a library, a resource room, a music room, small group rooms. And the majority of the rooms in purple are cloakrooms or storerooms. So there is quite a few rooms in there that could be used for different purposes, but all the offices are kept, for example, to the left hand side in the blue areas. Yeah. Touch on that. Yeah, cycle parking, yeah, so 3 locations around the school. They're predominantly mixed uses, so cycle parking for students and pupils, scooter parking for the pupils. They mainly, a lot of the younger pupils don't cycle so at the same extent as an adult, so we've got quite a lot of scooter parking for the younger children. We do consider that it's enough for the current proposed numbers of pupils and staff that they've got at the minute, but we do acknowledge in the future that it would be the school's responsibility if they wanted to increase the numbers. That would be their problem, and not their problem. Their, what's the word I'm looking for? Their responsibility to provide maybe an increased school or an extension later down the line, maybe. But we're happy from a local planning authority perspective that the current pupil numbers and staff numbers meets the requirements of this size school.
Yeah, and just to clarify, we as a committee, we can only comment on what's in front of us now. So in terms of what we might like to see or what we think might happen in the future, actually, if we'd be on very difficult ground to look at something that might hypothetically happen in the future, essentially. Well, we don't have evidence for, I think is what I'd clarify on that. Councillor Baxter, sorry, you had a question.
Yeah, it was a supplementary to the question earlier about the accessible space. And I'm sure from memory this committee has put a condition on an application before that one of the new places that had EV was also an accessible space, and just wondered why we couldn't put one of the accessible spaces next to the EV ones that's also EV. I'm sure we've done that. I don't think I'm making that up.
No, you're not making it up. We a committee have required developers to amend the parking spaces to do that, and if councillors think that's necessary for the scheme to be acceptable, then it will be open to you to put a condition on to that effect. I don't think it wouldn't be unlawful, but yeah, do that.
Thanks. Yeah, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I did notice you mentioned kitchens. Are there any dwellings close enough to be affected by kitchen smells? Because there isn't a condition about that in the conditions.
Public Protection have reviewed the application and 3.7 of the report, they acknowledge that there will be a commercial kitchen with odour extraction. Therefore, they did recommend a condition. However, in response to this, the agent referred to a section in his planning statement, which the Public Protection Officer reviewed and noted the detail was sufficient to remove the need for the condition. This was because the planning statement stated that the height of the flue is above roof level. So this is sufficient along with grease filters in terms of odour extraction.
Right, I'm not seeing it. We'll move forward. Questions. We're ending the debate on the recommendation as it stands. Would anyone like to raise anything at this stage? Yeah, Councillor Fenton.
The site visit was interesting. It's not a school I'd ever seen. I'd cycled past it, but I'd never been in. And it's of its era, but it's quite a characterful school. But for the reasons we've heard, really no longer can meet the needs and reasonable expectations of students and parents. And I think what's being proposed is the school does seem, the building seems quite tight in terms of available indoor space. The additional variety of outdoor spaces is very welcome, and I'm pleased I better understand the kind of playground arrangements. I think if this were a new school, I think the challenge to reduce the number of car parking spaces would be greater, but I do accept that it's largely the same provision with a few more spaces, recognising there are more accessible spaces. So I would struggle to have that as a reason to refuse this application. And I'm content with what I've heard in terms of supporting the officer recommendation.
Councillor Cullick, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would echo those comments, but also add that having picked up, as I was asking the question earlier, the potential to add a condition that would require one of those accessible parking spaces to be served with the option for electric charging. I think that would be a reasonable thing for us to add as a condition.
Any other hands? Yeah, Councillor Vassy.
I've listened to all the comments with great interest. One thing that leapt out of me when I read the report were the comments about the proposal being out of keeping with the area and how it might impact on the heritage and all of that stuff. And what it made me reflect on was the fact that we live in the worst insulated buildings in Europe. And there's a reason to move on here. And I very much welcome the ambition of this plan to be a zero carbon school. I think it'll contribute hugely to the future for the children. I think it would be good for the local authority as well. And in terms of the materials, I was also struck by a visit I made about 15 years ago in Delft, where I was shown buildings by the local authority that they said were designed to last for 20 years. And somebody immediately said, well, why are you doing that? Why aren't you designing buildings to last 100 years? And the reply came back, in a sense, echoing what Councillor Cole said just earlier. We've no idea how we're going to be living in 20 years. Why would we want to design a building that commits us to a future we can't even see yet? And so, again, when I look at the materials and all of that, the important thing is, will it be possible to respond to changing things in the future? Are the materials such that they can be recycled? Will we be able to respond as a community for new educational needs? And I think everything I'm seeing here is yes. So I'm very happy to support this application. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm not seeing around. I just wanted to say, I'm hearing a couple of comments in relation to that condition. I'm personally happy to add in that condition. I think we've asked significantly more of applicants before, and there's opportunity for it to be put in. And if there is a major issue with it, then there could be a request to vary the condition after the application's granted, if that was to be the step that was taken. So I'm comfortable with that. I just want to check if there's consensus across the room, or anyone who, seeing consensus. For myself, I just ditto everyone else's points, and I'm personally happy to support the application when it comes to the vote. Councillor Coles, you have a hand.
I just wanted, I do think this is a huge opportunity. The fact that that school hasn't changed really very much at all since I was there in the late 1970s is really quite concerning. And I do think that this is a huge opportunity. I think this will be a massive change for those children attending that school, and it is exciting to see that is potentially happening, although it is really concerning to learn what's happened to this developer. And I suppose if there is a new developer and if plans are reviewed based on what that new developer says, hopefully the comments that we've made in this committee will be then able to be acknowledged and reflected in any changing planning application that might come from a new developer. But absolutely, Chair, I completely agree that we should be really excited about the opportunity to put a new building in this community that will serve children in that area much better.
Not seeing of hands, to save a step, I will propose that we move the officer's recommendation, but can I have a second? Councillor Fisher?
As one who's taught at a school which has some very old buildings which are horrible to teach, and I can't imagine teaching in this school. It looks like it's not fit for purpose. It's a win-win, more outdoor space, better insulation, get on, build it.
And seconded.
Yes, seconded, yeah. Say that.
Great. Gareth, could you take us through the recommendation with the change to the condition, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
So the recommendation is that the application be approved, subject to the conditions set out on page 78 onwards of the report, subject to the tabled condition about the biodiversity net gain, and then an additional condition seeking a revised drawing to show an accessible car parking space served by an electric vehicle charging point. There might be some consequential notwithstandings having to be put into some of the existing conditions, but I think that's within our minor changes delegated.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I see all those who are for moving the officer recommendation as put forward there? And again, that is unanimous. So that application is approved, and I'll thank you for everyone's time there. I'll just give people a minute if you want to leave the room, and then we'll move on to the next application. We'll yeah, we're good to you. Okay, we due to having speakers on one of the items to support not having to wait too long, although it's always a slightly lengthy process for the planning committee. We're going to move item 4E forward in the agenda. So, Gareth, would you take us through that item, please, as a presentation? That's okay.
Thank you, Chair. 20 Upper Price Street, a two-storey mid-terraced house. Probably here in the video. Proposal is for a two-storey rear extension and two roof lights to the front. So this is the existing and proposed site plan. So Upper Price Street, Scarcroft Road, Grey Street, and these properties are Scarcroft View to the rear. And you can see that it's cross-hatched area here is the location of this proposed two-storey extension. Some more aerial shots. So 1, 2, 3 in. So this is the property. And then from its rear. So the extension would slot into that area between the two outshots from the application site and the adjacent house. Existing proposed drawings. So need the pointer here. This is the area of the proposed two-storey extension. Ground floor, first floor, and its roof level. You can pick that out in this rear elevation drawing. So it's flat roof, terminates below eaves level, and you just marginally set in from the existing outshots rear elevation. and it's probably best illustrated in section on this drawing at the bottom of the page. Some photographs of the rear of the terrace. And then the rear of the Scarcroft View properties. There's no update to the report, but I think it's worth mentioning, given the objections that have been received. Members will have read on page 130, so 5.9 onwards, that the property appears to have been used as an HMO since at least 2006. It's understood that it's not currently in that use and appears to be occupied by a single person. The suggestion from the agent is that the house will be used as a single dwelling. However, as pointed out in the report, it is possible that it could be reoccupied as an HMO, which is why we've done that assessment on page 130 and 131 of the report.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions on the plans before we move to public participation? No, I'm not seeing any. We'll move into public participation. We've got 2 speakers, and then due to long efforts to try and find a way for Councillor Burton or someone to speak about, so Councillor Jane Burton, I will be reading out a statement on her behalf, as we've done previously for other people, using discretion there. But I'll invite the first speaker up. So it's Pedro Saramago, speaking in objection, if you'd like to come up. Are you both, is it Caroline Adkin joining? Yeah, if you want to come up together so you can answer questions together, that's fine, because we've just done that for the previous applicant. Have you got 2 separate speeches? Yeah, I'll just run those as so if you want to start first, and then if you stop, just so I can run the timer. Yeah.
Good afternoon, committee. So I am the owner of 18 Upper Price Street, which is just next door to 20 Upper Price Street. And I'm here representing all my neighbours from Upper Price Street, Scarcroft View, Scarcroft Road, 18 of which wholeheartedly objected to this proposal, this planning application, by submitting 18 objections. Given the time constraint, I'm going to just focus on 3 points. We would like to emphasise that this extension is unprecedented. The first of its kind on Upper Price Street. There is no dwelling on Upper Price Street with a double-backed, double-storey extension. This extension will dominate the existing house and will stand out in its appearance, contravening policy D11, i.e. not responding positively to its immediate architectural context, local character, or history. The other point that I would like to make, the committee aware, is that there is a neighbour of ours, which is disabled, that lives just behind 20 Upper Price Street, so on 4th Scarcroft View, and that the only access for this individual and is through his mobility scooter to his house is via the rear alley. So we believe that the regulations set out on household SPD, as mentioned in the report done by the officer on this particular matter, are outdated and not fit for the current needs of the residents in this area. And my third point and last point is around the HMO use. Currently, the property has 8 rooms, 7 of which are bedrooms. The proposed setup will increase the number of rooms to 9, with supposedly 5 bedrooms, and having just 1 single bathroom. We believe that this does not confer to an acceptable standard of living to future tenants, but mainly we give absolutely no credibility to the applicant's word that this property will return to C3 residential use. We believe that an HMO will continue to operate at this dwelling, and we are appalled by the officer's statements on point 5.11 of the report, which you might have in front of you, that it says that it would provide a suitable level of amenity for future occupants. A reminder to the office, and if I may to the committee, that the legal standard for an HMO is 1 bathroom per 3 to 4 occupants. The negative consequences of continuing as an HMO have been expressed before by the 18 objections that were presented to the committee, and which I roll down here. So overcrowding, potentially more than 5 residents, new residents at the property and on the street. Other HMO proximity, 3 houses away. Continuation of noise and disruption by tenants, which happened before and which most of the residents have experienced and have participated at those disruptions to the council.
That's
Fly
3
tipping.
minutes, if you could just wrap up
Yeah,
first, thank you.
and further restrictions on parking and on and on and on. And I finish there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite you to talk now as well if you wanted to take questions together. So if you'd like to start when you're ready. Yeah, thanks.
Hi there, my name's Caroline Adkin. I live on the other side. I live next door to 20 Upper Price Street. I live there with my husband and 2 young children. We as a family are extremely concerned about the planning proposal next door, and we fully support everything that Pedro has said, and what he said is represented, like he said, all 18 of the residents who have opposed the planning. I just wanted to take this opportunity to outline, my feelings and my family's feelings and our 3 main concerns. And number 1, as Pedro has said, really concerned that this property will return to an HMO. Number 2, the impacts that the planning and the building works and the potential 5-bedroom property next door, plus potentially, would have on my family and local residents, and the impact it might have on local amenities. So going back to my first point, which was the worries around it becoming an HMO again, I wanted to question the credibility that this is really intended to be a C3 residence, and raise the question if the property is really intended to be let out to a family or to continue with just the actual owner living there as a single gentleman on his own. Why is it necessary to have 5 bedrooms? That's really not in keeping with the rest of the street at all. Just to give you a little bit of a history, obviously it was previously an HMO, but it was extremely badly run. There was continual noise pollution over 6 years, and believe me, the community have really been through it. It resulted in dozens and dozens of complaints to the house, and actually these were not followed up properly by the landlord. Neighbours would go round in the middle of the night with a baby in their arms, actually pleading. And again, this was not crucially followed up by this actual landlord. Such is the depth of feeling. As I said, there's been 18 people that have come out and they are querying this. The turnover of students was very quick, and this was due to the conditions of the property being really poor. The students didn't stay long enough to actually build any connections within the community. And believe me, as a person that is living in those terraced houses, they are not built for so many bedrooms. At the moment, the current owner is living there as a single gentleman on his own, and I can actually hear him snoring through the walls. That is one person. If that was multiplied by 6 or actually even just having a 5-bedroom property, it would certainly be out of kilter with the rest of the row. In terms of my second point, the impact that it would have on my family and the local residents, I'm extremely worried about the impact that this building work will have on my family, my children, the noise pollution, stopping them from being able to sleep, but also the ongoing building work as well. So concerned that actually, due to the history of the fact that it was almost like a slum landlord being next door, we are actually considering moving. And I've also heard this from my neighbour who is here today, who is a carer for her disabled husband as well. And she would actually consider moving because they've had so many problems with this property. And my last point, which would have been about the strain on the local amenities, I don't know whether you know Upper Price Street, but the parking is particularly tricky on this street. There is no parking available. It's worse than any of the other streets. It's also a through road, which people use.
3 minutes, if you could just wrap up.
Okay, so my last point is that it is a through road that people use so they don't go through Bishop Thorpe Road and they can quickly get into town. So it's often gridlocked. And my last thing is there is an HMO on the corner of the street. We already have one HMO. So yeah, it's a lot. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for speakers who come up today? Yeah, Councillor Fenton.
Thank you. You mentioned the issues that previously arisen in terms of the property use as a HMO and appeals to the landlord had kind of fallen on deaf ears. Had the issues been pursued with the council's neighbourhood enforcement team in terms of logging incidents and providing them with the information so they can try and sort of take action? How is that an avenue that had been pursued?
I believe it is. I mean, you're able to.
Yeah, I
go
can
on.
tell my own experience. Yes. I've called the council numerous times about this. So I bought the house in 2015, and until 2021, I've made multiple complaints to council and knocking on the tenant's door as well, saying that the music was too loud at 4 a.m. with my baby in my arms. So the story that Catherine told is mine. So yes. And I believe what the council has done was to put letters on the property saying that they should behave or civically be more amenable to the others' concerns. But in terms of actions, other than that, I've heard nothing.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions, so if you'd like to take a seat, but thank you for your time. Thank you so much. We'll take that into account. Okay, so as mentioned before, despite lots of efforts to attend and get other people to attend, Jane Burton, councillor for Micklegate Ward, wasn't able to. So as we've done previously, we've shown discretion to read out a statement on her behalf. I'll just caveat that none of these words are mine, and this is internally what's been put forward by Councillor Jane Burton, and I'll just be reading as is from the paper. So I'll start here. As one of the local councillors, I would like to ask the committee to carefully consider this planning application for the following reasons. I'd like to draw your attention to the planning application for 20 Upper Price Street. There's been a significant amount of real worry and concern amongst the local community about this planning application regarding this property, and the local residents have made 20 objections to this planning application at 20 Upper Price Street. Planning application is for building work to be carried out and the property to be converted into an 8-bed family house with only one bathroom, albeit with 2 en-suites. Questions have also been raised about the number of bathrooms issue, given the proposed number of bedrooms. The local residents remember that the current owner previously ran the property as a house of multiple occupation, and this caused many issues in a street where families live and carry out their daily lives. These issues are reported to various authorities. The residents feel that this proposed conversion may be continuing in the same vein, and this house will be once again used on HMO and not as stated on the application of the family home. They question the fact that there is only one bathroom and wonder whether this is within building regulations to have 8 bedrooms and only one bathroom, albeit there are 2 en-suites. The local residents are also concerned about the noise levels that could be generated by an HMO. Although currently the application is for a dwelling house, not an HMO, they fear that there could be a shift towards a house as an HMO illegally. Current community nature of the street, occupied by multi-generational households with large numbers of families, would be changed by a further HMO in the area. There are already issues with rubbish and antisocial behaviour from other HMOs on the street and in the area. Another issue of concern regards the amount of parking this property would potentially generate as an HMO, as there is already a shortage of parking space in this red part zone. Finally, the proposed size of the proposed 2-storey double extension at the back of the property. There are currently no extensions the same size in the street, and this could well set a precedent and would eclipse the backyards and the lighting community in the yards. For these reasons, I would ask the committee to think very carefully about granting the planning application under these circumstances. If these were to be passed, I would hope that certain conditions would be placed upon this property, such as no further use as an HMO, with cutting back the size, height and length of the extension, and a restriction being placed on the number of parking spaces allocated. Grateful to the committee for your time and effort in considering these issues. So we will move on from public participation following that to questions to the officers. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to raise? Councillor Fenton, start off. We've got Councillor Cullick as well.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. In terms of, obviously, we're here to consider the building work, not a sort of change in classification. Given this property's historic use as an albeit kind of unapproved HMO, am I right in thinking there would be no bar to it being used as a HMO in future? After the building works are completed, there would be no need for a further application.
So it's never been granted planning permission to be used as an HMO, but we know it was an HMO in 2006. And when the enforcement team looked into it, has looked into it previously, it was determined it probably achieved lawfulness. Lawfulness, yeah. So there's no requirement on them to apply for planning permission or get a certificate of lawfulness, for example. Slightly complicated by the fact that the HMO use seems to have ceased and the landlord's living there on his own. It doesn't necessarily mean that the HMO use has been abandoned. It's quite a complicated issue to prove abandonment, to get into the mind of the person who owns the property and what their intentions were when they stopped letting it out. We haven't taken that any further because on the basis of the number of bedrooms in the property, the impact would be neutral. I mean, they show so the officers looked at it done most of the assessment on the basis of it being a C3 dwelling house, but we've looked at that potential for fallback position. So at the moment, it has seven bedrooms. So this is the as existing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then as proposed, it's showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But as we've seen with other HMOs, there's a lounge, could be converted, so that's 6. And then this storage room at the back, as far as I'm aware, was previously used as a bedroom. So that could be used potentially again as a bedroom. So that is still 7. So we didn't feel there was a need to go into the issue of HMO versus C3 dwelling house use any further. There was a second part of the question. I've gone on too long.
Just in terms of the public speakers said that the kind of infill at the rear would be what's unique. Is there any evidence either in the immediate neighbourhood or further afield to your knowledge of that kind of infilling having happened?
There's my recollection is there is one example in the sort of immediate area. Because most of the area is done is developed in what we would think of as a more traditional way, where you've got the outshots looking towards each other over the backyards, whereas these actually quite a few in this immediate area have them kind of back to back, so you've only got that very narrow yard, and I think there's one in the area. The report does look at that and does make an assessment at page 5.4. So the view taken by the officer is it's quite a minor impact because it is so hemmed in. It's the eaves level is below. Show the drawing. So the eaves level is below the existing eaves, and it's been set back in very marginally. So you can still read the original layout of the back there. So the assessment was that it wasn't so harmful as to justify the refusal of planning permission.
Councillor Cullick, please. I've got you. Supplementary. Sorry.
Given that you said in the report that this meets the criteria for the SP supplementary design documents and that is not breaching the conditions set down therein, does the matter of precedent make any difference whatsoever? Because I would have thought if we take every extension on its merits anyway, so the fact it complies with the supplementary design guidance means that the precedent is an irrelevance anyway.
Yeah, yes, it is. I think it's reasonable to say that if permission is granted on this for this development, then other schemes that come through for a similar development would be similarly dealt with, but that would be the case anyway, because we ultimately we considered it to be acceptable. There is a bit in the I'm not going to find it now, in the supplementary planning documents on two-storey extensions, and it does suggest that terraced houses, it's not, they're not favoured. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. So it says two-storey extensions on terraced properties with small rear gardens will generally not be acceptable due to the impact on the neighbouring property, and sometimes the almost complete loss of amenity space for the house to be extended. And of course, in this case, the impact on the adjacent properties isn't really an issue in terms of the building, the built work, because you're facing the blank. It's built hard up against the blank elevation of the adjacent outshot.
Councillor Philip, please.
Thank you, Jack. Can I just run this past you to see whether I'm understanding this? Are you saying that the situation regarding the property status as an HMO is to a degree of red herring, because whilst there is always the question about the period when this has not been used as an HMO and whether that would at some point be judged to be such an established change of use that an application would be needed in order to make the property an HMO, or whether that's not the case, that situation would not be affected by the planning decision in front of us this evening, because you're saying that wouldn't in any case increase the number of rooms in the property. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think it might be both. So
say more.
So there's as originally assessed, this was assessed on the basis of it being a C3 dwelling house and an extension. But then we looked at the history, and it appeared that the HMO use may still be extant and capable of resurrection if the landowner wished to. There was no evidence of kind of deliberate abandonment of that use, or a preceding, an intervening use having changed the use. It's just the landlord living there on his own, as far as I understand, rather than it being tenanted as an HMO. So that's why we wrote the extra paragraphs in the report to discuss the issue of, well, if it was used as an HMO, what would be the impact? And that's really why I said that the issue in my view of it being reused as an HMO would be neutral, so against the previous occupation for 7 occupants, because this would still have 7 bedrooms, potentially 7 occupants. There's always the issue of doubling up, but lawfully, legally, it's probably 7. So if they introduce significantly more people into that property, it would probably require change of use. But if it was, I think if it was occupied 1 person per bedroom, then I'd say I've not seen any evidence that says that wouldn't be lawful.
Okay, I've got Councillor Melly next.
Thank you, Chair. The supplementary planning document about house extensions and alterations says that a terracing effect should be avoided. I was just wondering if you could explain more about what a terracing effect is.
That depends. Yeah, I'm sure you can have terracing effects on existing terraces. So a terracing effect is normally something that we're concerned of with semi-detached houses or detached houses where they're being built 2 stories to the side, up to the boundary, which may then impact on the character of the area as a semi-detached area or a more spacious detached house area, by virtue of losing those gaps between properties. So I'd be a bit flippant, I suppose, at an end of terrace property, you could, where there's a gap, you could have a terracing effect on a terrace property. That's
Thank
not
you.
normally what we,
That's what I was trying to understand.
that's
because-
not normally what we consider, and it wouldn't be something we would apply on a rear extension sort of thing. It's more of a street scene issue in terms of losing those what may be a characteristic gap between buildings.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand because obviously it is a mid-terrace property, but that line has been included in the report about avoiding a terracing effect.
Okay,
So that's what I was trying to understand because the nature of the back of the property is that there is gaps.
Yeah.
Between that point of the building at the back. So then if it's to do with street scene rather than rear extensions, what is the view of the rear of the street? Is there a public view or is it just from the inside of the properties at the rear?
So there is the back lanes are public highway. So you can, and I have walked down that lane myself. So it's not gated, it's not allocated or anything like that. And you can see the rear from other surrounding properties, and that's a consideration. But normally the key consideration is usually from sort of main principal streets, but it's only something to give some weight to. But I think that as the report says, I think that the loss of that gap isn't so harmful as to justify refusal of planning permission at the rear.
Yeah. Is it a supplementary? No. Councillor Vassy, please. I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was just wanting some feedback from officers on the issue of the building regs and Part E. Comments were made about noise. And I was wondering to which degree the building regs on soundproofing might apply here, and whether a special condition might be attached or whether it's not necessary. How you think a response to the concerns about soundproofing might be met if this were to be approved, given that there would be proximity of new rooms to an adjoining property.
I'd say that's left to the building regs. It's not a planning permission issue. So if the use of an HMO is not a change of use in building regs terms, then they wouldn't be involved. The construction of the extension will have to comply with the building regulations, and we shouldn't really seek to impose some of the level of insulation on what would be required under the building regulations, but in any case.
And to make sure I've understood you, are building regulations now with relation to sound insulation tighter or tougher than they would have been when these houses were originally built? And just to maybe offer some understanding of the standard to which building regs now protect people from sound problems.
Well, living in a 1890 York house myself, I sincerely hope so. The modern building regulations take into account noise transfer between buildings in their construction. I'm no expert, but it would certainly seek a better standard of construction and insulation than previously. But that, of course, that would only relate to areas of new construction. It wouldn't retrofit existing areas and the paper thin walls that existed.
Thank you.
I had Councillor Coles next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question really around light and the impact on both the proposed extension and on the neighbours' light. I was just trying to work out, I mean, those properties are already, as we've just been looking at, pretty tightly packed together because they're terraces already. And I was trying to work out what direction the street points in. And I think from looking at the map that the rear of most people's properties where this extension is, am I right in thinking it's towards a kind of northwesterly direction? So given that it's not ablazing with light on that side anyway, actually if you add a further barrier at the back of those properties, you're probably impacting on people, on the neighbours' light they're already impacted because the houses are tightly packed together. But if you add in additional walls, for want of a better word, you're actually adding more barriers, both to the property itself, but also to the neighbours, when there probably is already quite limited light at the back. And I'm just wondering whether actually that means that the light and outlook argument is stronger just because they're already quite tightly packed together. So the light is probably quite precious at the back of those houses.
The extension sits between two existing two-storey elements.
Yes,
So
there is some light currently and there would be none.
to the house which is subject to the planning application.
But so it doesn't impact on the neighbours?
It won't impact on the neighbours, on the adjoining neighbours, no.
So it only impacts on the house that's got.
It only impacts on the house.
But it creates kind of internal rooms in the house that.
Yes, which is the choice of the.
Yeah.
The choice of the developer. And not unheard of, the fact that it's, we do see that.
Yeah.
In a number of circumstances, a number of applications, we see that. And the impact on, so these properties to the northwest, well, they have a southeasterly aspect to the rear. But this is, they wouldn't lose light from an extension between two existing extensions with the larger house sitting behind it as well. And it's also, I think it's rear to rear, it's about 22, 23 meters from the proposed extension to the rear face of these houses in Scarcroft View. Closer to their external areas, but again, because it's hemmed in on three sides, I can't see that being an issue.
Yeah.
Thanks. Councillor Melly, another question.
Thank you. From the aerial images, there's been a lot of roof lights on the rear roofs. Are they typical of the local character to be on the street facing roof as well?
Well, there's plenty of them. In isolation, they're probably permitted development.
Okay.
So if you just if it was an unconverted loft that you wanted to convert without a dormer, then roof lights would normally be permitted development. Certainly outside the conservation area and an unlisted building.
Councillor Collier can have.
Thank you. Can you just recap for us the number of bathrooms before and after?
So I count ground floor ensuite, a WC at first floor, and then an ensuite at roof level. Can't be right, can it? Wasn't that a good bedroom thing? It's kitchen. It's a bedroom. Oh, concern then, as proposed, the ensuite to the ground floor goes because that's shown as a lounge. There's a bathroom at first floor level, which is kind of landlocked because that bedroom is built where its rear window is at the moment. An ensuite to the front bedroom and a further ensuite to one of the two bedrooms in the roof. So that's one shared bathroom and 2 ensuites.
Thanks. I'm going to draw an end to questions there. Sorry, there's a question. Sorry, Councillor Nelly.
Just that there's a variety of things we'd usually consider when looking at HMO use, like parking, noise, and shared amenity space. Are we not allowed to take any of that into account because it's existing use?
I'd say so. Yeah, that's not relevant.
Yeah.
You know, if they're increased, if the number of bedrooms are being increased, then that could be something that could be material. But I can't see how this would increase the number of bedrooms if they converted all the rooms that were possible to convert into bedrooms. It seems to be the same number of bedrooms as existing.
And I know it's separate from planning, but do you know if it would need a license from housing?
It would need a mandatory license because it's more than 5 and over 3 stories. Okay. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't have a current license. It has been licensed in the past.
Do you think that's maybe something we should add as an informative?
Yeah, if that would be fine too. Then we have an informative, don't we? Have a standard informative, not on the application for, yeah, we do have an informative for such circumstances.
Thanks. Yeah, Councillor.
Can I just check? You said that it has been licensed in the past. Are you sure?
It was licensed from. Sorry, it was licensed in 2006 for 7 tenants, and that's when licensing first came into force for York. Anyway, I think. I don't have any details of when the license lapsed.
But normally that would be 5 years, would it not?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Fenton.
Kind of supplementary, but I'll ask this question now rather than in debate and then end up going into more questions. Would it be considered reasonable or permissible for a condition to be added requiring the applicant to seek permission for the property to revert to HMO use? So we're viewing this as a C3 use class dwelling house. Would it be reasonable, say, to hang on this potential approval if you did want to revert to his previous, albeit his previous HMO use, that would be a condition of this approval to seek explicit permission for planning permission for HMO use as a condition of this potential approval?
I'd say no. I don't think it would be lawful to use a planning application to extend a property to effectively extinguish what may well be existing use rights that the property has. If agrees with that one.
Apologies, Rahina Chowdhury, mic's been hidden, so thank you, Jane, for the reminder. Yes, I agree with the comments that Gareth has made there, that we wouldn't be able to include a condition along the lines that has been outlined there by Councillor Cole.
Was that a question, Councillor Colicko?
Thank you, Chair. No, I was going to ask if we could actually hear a legal view on that, and we've got that, for which I'm grateful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we'll move on into discussion on the officer recommendation. Would anyone like to start on this, or is anything would like to raise around conditions or informatives or anything else? Councillor Fenton.
I think one of the issues that we do consider with these kind of applications is impact on the amenity of future occupants of a building. We talk a lot about the impact on amenity of neighbours, and a lot of what we've heard and you know, some quite sort of distressing testimony in terms of previous use of the building and impact on the residents. Obviously, we're looking here at an extension to the building, and I think in terms of the things we can legitimately consider when considering this application, the amenity of future occupants is one that does concern me in terms of the kind of landlocking of of more of this building due to the I think, you know, quite unusual and by the sounds of it unique to this street, the infilling of what is already a small outdoor space that would become even smaller. So were this to be a house for a large and growing family, it would deprive them of what little outdoor space does exist. So that's something that is kind of the forefront of my mind in terms of it does give me cause for concern with approving this application. Yeah.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to echo what Councillor Fenton was just saying. I think if you look at I was just looking so I could scroll in and actually read what the rooms say on the planning document. If you were putting this planning application in as is proposed by the applicant for a residential property, there are an awful lot of bedrooms being added in that if you were doing this as a residential property, I'm not sure that is how you would design it. I'm not sure you would put 2 bedrooms on the first floor at the rear, right next to each other that look quite small. I think actually if you were designing this as a residential property and you were putting a 2-floor extension in, you'd be doing that to put a large bedroom at the back of the property, not to squeeze 2 bedrooms into what is effectively, as we've just been saying, a kind of infill of a relatively compact property. And that's not a judgment, I suppose. I'm just referring to Councillor Fenton's point about what future use may be, and I'm therefore kind of concerned that actually the number of bedrooms that are being squeezed into this property don't necessarily play to the argument that this is a residential property. They actually point to someone trying to fit in a lot of bedrooms into a relatively small space.
Okay. I'll go and I'll come to you, Councillor Millie. I think my issue with it is that this could be a HMO tomorrow. This could be brought for this. There's nothing to prevent them from using the current use as a HMO, apart from the fact that they currently live in the property. This could be transferred back to a HMO at any time, and this change of this application doesn't change that. So I don't see that as a consideration at all, really, in terms of the changes to the building. In terms of what they're proposing, I do have some issues about making it double height just in terms of the street setting. But actually, when we're talking about landlocking parts of the building, currently they've got an incredibly small bathroom, and this is creating a much bigger shared bathroom, a fairly nice extension in some ways for the occupants of the house. I don't think if we were looking at this objectively, you'd draw these questions about the building. This is actually quite a nice layout in terms of what you're looking at on the plan. I just think I can understand residents' concerns, and I can understand their concern about what might happen in the future, but I don't think that this application is what's causing those concerns. I think this could happen tomorrow, and it's down to the council and the ward councillors for that area and everyone else to make sure that if anyone does move into that property, if it was to become HMO, that it's managed properly. But I don't think that the approving or not approving of this application is in changing that setting. And I actually think that the plans that are put forward are reasonable, which I think is where the officers have come to. So I'd be comfortable supporting in that sense, is where I'd come from. James Grant to Code, Councillor Melly. Yeah, Councillor Melly, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have concerns that this might be overdevelopment, considering it's infilling in a very already densely populated, densely developed space. It's filling in a substantial part of the outdoor space between two properties. I'm a little bit concerned that it's not sympathetic to the character of the parent dwelling or the street scene. But given that it's not a protected character like the conservation area, and it's not to the front of the property, so it's not really on the street scene, it's to the rear. Those concerns are limited. And I do have concerns about the amenity for future residents, both outdoor in terms of the loss of the yard space, and internally in terms of the number of bedrooms, amount of shared amenity space, and the kind of bedrooms that I think others have described as landlocked. I've heard of bathrooms maybe not having any external windows and relying on other forms of ventilation, but not a kind of a living space like a bedroom in this case, or any other sort of living space, not having any natural light, not having that ventilation isn't ideal. Whether it's an owner occupied property or rented to a single household or an HMO, I would have those same concerns. But despite all those concerns, I'm not sure I feel like they're strong enough grounds for refusal, because they're not that materially different to the existing property. I have a lot of those concerns about the current property as well. So I'm undecided and hoping the debate can carry on a little longer so I can make up my mind.
Can I just clarify? There's no landlocked. There's no bedroom shown without an external without a window.
Just the dining room.
The dining room. This becomes a through kitchen diner with those double. It's on the screen. So the dining room becomes a through room with the kitchen, and these double doors to the yard.
Sorry, my mistake. The writing's really small.
Yes, it is. You're right.
Sorry, I've seen a couple. Can you just remind me who's had hands up? I'm pleased and trying to. Can I go to Councillor Bax first? And I'll come to
just to support Councillor Burton and Councillor Melly's comments, I think, the concerns that we're having, and it's hard not to, is thinking about it as a HMO, but, we're reminded that we have to consider the application in front of us. And actually some of the spaces, amenity spaces, are improved. So I'm happy to support the application.
Okay, and Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Yes, my first thought on this was, does it fulfil the supplementary planning document guidance? And I think it does. The other one was about the lack of external amenity space and whether it took too much of the back garden up. But page 135.7 states clearly that there's sufficient land for drying clothes and space is suitable, welcome to sit out in. And I take the views that were expressed about it might not be suitable for a family of 5 people or whatever. I remember a planning application in Strensely in 1987, where a large 4-bedroomed house had been put in a very small plot, and I voted against it. 6 years later, I bought the house, still live in it and love it because I don't have to do any gardening. There are people who want houses with relatively small outdoor areas for maintenance purposes. And I don't think that the lack of outdoor space here is sufficient to refuse the application. I hear what the neighbours have said about some of their objections, but most of them are not planning matters. Things like, for example, noise during construction can be dealt with by the standard planning conditions on hours of construction. Matters such as noise disturbance from an HMO can be dealt with through the public protection and neighbourhood teams. That's the way we deal with it. So I don't think there is anything like enough to refuse this application. I shall support it.
Thank you. Just want to come back to, sorry, I'll come to you in 1 second. Talked about informative before in terms of the HMO, which seemed logical to me, just to put that on there as for clarity. Do we have to set up general support across here in terms of advising on what that change would look like? I think that's fine if you're happy to do that. Councillor Cullick, please.
Thank you, Chair. It was distressing to hear the comments and concerns of neighbours and residents. And I'm sure that if this is approved, they would be disappointed. But what we have to consider as a planning committee are the planning grounds for the application that is before us. It is interesting to note that given the history of this property, there may well be the possibility for the owner to use the property again as an HMO. But even if that were to be the case, it seems from what we've heard that that wouldn't affect the number of tenants in the property, and that given the amenity standards that are required, there certainly wouldn't be an increase in the number of tenants. It seems to me that the changes proposed are exactly the kind of changes one would make, converting this to C3 use and living there as a single person, albeit with a fairly large property and a lot of rooms, or as a family home. Therefore, whilst I'm concerned about such things as outside space, I'm not sure that the sufficient loss of outdoor space, no more so than if there had been a single story extension, and I don't think we would then have raised that in quite the same way. So given all of that, I see no grounds available for this to be refused, and I would be supporting the approval of the application.
Thanks. I'm hearing a lot of comments of support, so I'm going to propose we move this on. Would anyone like to propose that we move the officer recommendation formally? Just hand Councillor Baxter, and can I see someone to second that, please? Yeah, Councillor Bassey. So we'll move towards the vote. Gary, could you take us through the recommendation with the slight change around informants?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is that planning permission be granted in accordance with subject to the conditions set out on page 131 of the report. There are two existing informatives, including the Party Wall Act informative and the addition of the HMO license informative. Should the preceding use be resurrected.
Thank you. Can I see all those who are for moving the officer recommendation as it stands? And all those who are against? And there's no abstentions, so that application is approved, and we will take a short break there till past, quick break. Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, welcome back. We'll move forward. Yeah, no problem. Yes. Okay, thank you. So we'll pick back up here. The out of consistency after moving forward the last item, because of having speakers, we will take the same approach and move forward item 4F so that we can allow the very patient speakers to go home after the item is seen. So we'll move on to item 4F, which is T.K.Maxx. Gareth, could you take us through the presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this application relates to units 1, 2 and 3 on Monk's Cross Drive. 2 of them formerly occupied by T.K.Maxx and 1 of them by Argos. The proposal is for the erection of a new food store and a drive-through restaurant following demolition of the existing building. Members may recall an application for a new food store and drive-through which was approved at Planning Committee in January 2023. That scheme, however, utilised part of the existing building, whereas this proposal seeks permission to demolish the building in its entirety and build a wholly new food store. So I'll just run through the presentation. So this is a site from the south. So this is Monk's Cross Drive, Sainsbury's, Monk's Cross Shopping Park. I think this is called Arabesque House, which is offices and other commercial uses. Jockey Lane makes an entrance in the corner of the slide, and this is the Portakabin factory. This will be from the east, so the planning application site pretty much follows the pointer. Round hard up to the side of the Sainsbury's building. I'm not quite sure what happened to my photographs, so these are from Google Street View from street level. This one shows the entrance, and then further around, members will note this this hedge and the landscaping across the frontage. The existing site plan doesn't really give you any more than those aerial shots. Proposed site plan. So the food store to the south of the site, drive-through to the north of the site, as previously approved. The car parking, pretty much as it exists at the moment, around the frontage and onto the side there. Landscaping. Let's go back to that aerial photograph. You'll see that the landscaping at the moment is pretty much just a hedge, a tight margin with some trees, and this is being significantly improved, I think, with an extra wide margin and new tree planting, including tree planting within the car park. Elevations, single-story building with white and grey insulated metal cladding panels. The drive-through. Landscape scheme, not dissimilar to what was shown on the site plan, but significant amount of information of the trees and the specifications of the shrubs and the hedgerows. And that's that. Should say both elements, both the food store and the drive-through, are larger than previously approved, but not significantly so. I think single-digit square meters in terms of the food store, and maybe slightly more for the I wish I'd looked this up before I start this sentence, but there you go. Such is my experience. We can come back to that when I find it. Members are interested.
Does anyone have anything that, like, oh, sorry, is there any update?
Oh, yes, there is an update.
Sorry.
So I was still thinking about the drive. Circulated a printed update. I've had 8 letters of support in recent days. There's some amendments to the existing conditions. So condition 2, the change there is because of an updated landscaping plan. The landscaping scheme on condition 14, that's turned into a compliance. Excuse me, a compliance condition. The details shown on the landscaping plan are considered to be acceptable. Similarly, the travel plan condition is flipped to a compliance condition, satisfied with the travel plan submitted as part of the application. Condition 25 is just this is a condition that requires that the parking and manoeuvring is built in accordance with the approved drawings. Just splits it in 2 so that so they don't have to complete the works around the drive-through. If the drive-through part of the scheme comes forward later, it doesn't hold up the opening of the food store. There's a couple of very minor issues in the report that I picked up. Paragraph 5.24, that should read 10 cycle parking spaces and 5 Sheffield stands. It says 12 and 6. And then 5.45 refers to the drainage details being conditioned. The drainage details that we have are acceptable and are included in condition 15.
Does anyone have any clarifications on the plans before we move forward? Yeah, Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you. Could you please just show us where the cycle parking is and what the route would be from the highway, please?
What was this not working? That's not very clear, is it? So these, the cycle stands for customers are here. So there's been various iterations of the site plan has been working through how it works with the store entrance, the trolley store for the disabled parking and the disabled parking all fitting into this area. So what they've done is they run parallel with the store frontage rather than at 90 degrees. So that gives circulation space from the disabled person's parking areas. So the furthest south space is a bit further away from the lobby than we'd like it to be, but they're all overlooked through the windows. There's sufficient space between the stands for you to wheel in, and there's sufficient space between the shop front and the stands to securely and adequately get 2 bikes on there, and the ones to the north big enough for adaptive cargo bikes as well. With the drive-through, they're more they're at 90 degrees to the frontage, but under the canopy and adjacent to the door. I should have said these are also under the canopy as well, so they're covered.
And what's the route to cycle to park there? Thank you.
What's the best one to show? None of them really. So you'll be aware that there's currently cycle routes through Vanguard from the south and along Jockey Lane as well from Malton Road, off-road cycle routes. And they both continue along Jockey Lane from Huntington. And they both continue to this point here, where there is a toucan crossing. So there's no off-road cycle route along Monks Cross Drive. There is a route into Sainsbury's from the cycle path along the north side of Jockey Lane. There's a little cut through the landscaping, and Sainsbury's cycle parking is here, I believe. So you could continue along the car park route, and this existing link between the two is retained, and then into the cycle parking there. There is, members will be aware, there's the 970 house site at Monks Cross North, and there's some money. There's some money from that development to improve cycle access in Monks Cross Drive and into Monks Cross to try and link up those two elements of the existing cycle routes. I don't have any details of what they are yet. I'm not sure they've been worked up.
Yeah. There's a further question.
Well, I have a supplementary question, but then it isn't about the plans. So shall I ask it now because it's supplementary, or save it for later?
Save it till later. We'll talk back. Any other questions on plans? No, not seeing any. So we'll move into public participation. I'll invite, got the speaker down as Josh Ambrose speaking as the applicant in support. Did you want to both come up in case there was a question, or is it just Josh? Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm pleased that following close consultation with council officers, the application has been recommended for your approval this evening. An application for the erection of a food store following the partial demolition of the existing unit together with a drive-through restaurant was approved by members in January 2023, and therefore the principle for food store has already been accepted. This application proposes the replacement of the existing buildings with Lidl's latest and most sustainable specification. The proposed sales area for the Lidl is a modest increase of 56 square metres and the increase to the gross internal area of only 3 square metres. The gross internal area for the drive-through is proposed to increase from 168 square metres to 242 square metres. As confirmed within the committee report, the application is recommended for approval on the following grounds. In regard to retail policy consideration, the council's officers have concluded that the development passes both the sequential site assessment test and the retail impact assessment test. The existing building has no restriction on the type of goods which can be sold, and the draft conditions include a condition which restricts the sale of comparison goods. In regard to design, the council's officers have concluded that both the Lidl food store and the drive-through incorporates contemporary design, which is considered to be appropriate to the context. In regard to highways, the council's transport team have confirmed that the proposal is acceptable in highways terms and provides appropriate access, parking, delivery provision and cycle parking. In regard to surrounding amenity, no objection has been raised from the public protection team. And in regard to sustainable design and construction, the sustainability statement submitted for each building details consideration of the energy hierarchy and the emissions of each unit. There are a number of clear, tangible benefits in the scheme being proposed which should be noted. The development represents a significant investment which will undoubtedly boost the local economy and improve the overall retail offer. The proposal will result in a brownfield site being redeveloped, allowing it to provide a positive and active contribution to the area, and it will result in clear improvements to the visual appearance of the surrounding area through the delivery of attractive and modern buildings of high quality design and landscaping. Therefore, the proposed development fully accords with the key aims of national planning guidance, which promotes a presumption in favour of sustainable development and encourages bodies involved in granting planning permission to prioritise both growth and jobs. To conclude, on the basis of both the scheme's policy compliance and the officer recommendation within the committee report, we kindly request that members determine the application in accordance with the officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions for the speakers? Get Councillor Cullick, please.
Thank you, Chair. It would just be good to hear firsthand the reasons why you've decided not to use the existing structures. There's always a good argument for using an existing structure rather than demolishing, starting again in terms of the waste of resources that's involved. But you've obviously carefully weighed that up. I'd like to just hear that firsthand.
Yeah, so I think firstly, the main thing to point out is the sustainability of the building that we're now proposing to develop. It's our latest specification. So in terms of efficiency, it'll be much greater than the existing building that we're going to go in to fit out. It'll also allow us to put solar panels on the roof, and then the improved landscaping and sort of reworking the site to provide more landscaping and a better customer sort of layout for our customers, which they're the main reasons why we're proposing this change.
Thanks. Councillor Fenner, please.
Thank you. In terms of the drive-through, yeah, I think THROUGH being really petty. THRU, it also sets me on edge, but that's my issue and I'll deal with it. I just wondered what the prompt was for it seems like a significant increase in the internal floor space of the drive-through. I just wondered what had prompted that. Is it to do with a potential new operator, or are you anticipating there'll be a increased demand for no doubt the healthy, nutritious food that operator will be dispensing?
Yeah, I think it's just basically for flexibility of a potential future user, and what their specification might be like, and it will be the latest specification of whatever their spec is at that time.
Councillor Coles, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow on the questions around the drive-through, I'm no expert in floor size, but is that size of that proposed building, is that the kind of size that you would expect for a restaurant, which is what the document says, or is it more likely to be a kind of more coffee-related drive-through? Or is the space entirely flexible and dependent on a supplier? I assume suppliers have requirements around kitchens and those kind of things that would be in your plans, and also probably around floor space and the kind of spaces that they look for. I'm not an expert, but is that the kind of space you would expect to see for a restaurant or for a coffee type place?
I think the answer to that is to both. So it's size you would expect to have internal seating, either for mainly food drive-through or a coffee drive-through.
Thanks. Councillor Vassy, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to expand a bit on the comment you've made about solar power and why you're wanting to build a new building. Is the idea that there'll be solar panels across the entirety of the roof? What is it that you've been decided to do? We see in the report that you've considered a lot of different things, so I'd just like to hear what it is you're doing.
Yeah, it's in our sort of standard specification, which this is, there'll be solar panels on the roof. I think it's included in the roof plan as part of the submission, but there will be solar panels included on the roof. When we go into existing buildings, we have reports done, and like in this case, the sort of existing structure of the roof isn't possible to fit the solar panels, which is why one of the reasons why we want to change to this proposal.
Can I follow that up as well? Yeah, so as I understand it, this is a flat roof building. Is that correct? If I misunderstood?
It slopes very.
It slopes.
Yeah, it's a sloped roof.
Right. Okay. And in terms of when you were looking at all of this in the round, did you also see the roof as potentially being valuable from the point of view of biodiversity and ensuring that this area becomes, and we know that we've now got commitments for biodiversity net gain. I was just wondering how that all factored into how you looked at this new building.
I think the main reason in terms of the roof for the change was for the solar panels. In terms of biodiversity, so we're increasing the landscaping on the site, including sort of the trees that we've added into the car park, which is sort of the main sort of biodiversity gain that we're bringing here.
Right, okay. And one last point, if I may, just on the same issue, Chair. So in terms of rainwater recycling and rainwater use, have you looked at the way in which the building that you're proposing can reduce the amount of water going to the drainage systems? We're all increasingly aware that these kind of huge areas of concrete basically generate a huge amount of water that goes into the drain system. So I'm just wondering if that's been a consideration.
Not anything additional here that's not already included in our sort of specification, but there's not sort of a rainwater harvesting system or anything here included.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Looking at the plans, is the dotted line that runs about a third of the way across the yellow section the ridge line of where the ridge of the roof is? So if you look just
this
that, yeah, is that the ridge?
Oh no, so that's just showing the internal dimensions of the
Oh, I see, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Because I was just concerned that from what I can see, a large chunk of the roof seems to slope downwards to the north, which obviously will not be good for solar panels. And obviously you want solar panels to be on a south-facing roof perpendicular to the sun. So I'm just wondering if the roof design really precludes the actual use of solar panels.
It's just to confirm the roof is sloping, will slope from the front of the store to the rear as a single slope.
That solves the problem.
Thanks. I'm not seeing any other questions, so if you want to take a seat, and thanks for coming in and speaking on that. We'll move on to if anyone has any questions for officers in relation to the applications. Anyone would like to start? Not so, Councillor Melly.
My supplementary from earlier, please.
Yes, of course,
yes. There's a pedestrian crossing across the car park and then a pedestrian entrance, and the pedestrian entrance is sort of marked in yellow. So yeah, that's described as pedestrian only. I'm concerned that that would also be used by cyclists because it's the most direct, shortest, most direct straight line from the highway to the cycle parking and store entrance. So is it in the design, is it wide enough to meet kind of LTN 120 standards and that sort of thing for it to be a shared pedestrian and cycle path?
Well, 3 meters, which can do, depending on the anticipated use. And I guess if there's only 10 cycle parking spaces, then the potential use is more limited at the moment. It's not, as far as I'm aware, it's not intended to be for cyclists to ride on, but you could, yeah, if you follow the rules of the pavement, then you would be, I think you'd be expected to push for that 20 meters or so.
Yeah.
Sorry, another supplementary. I think I remember having the same concerns about the previous application. So if the previous application was approved with a very similar sort of design of pedestrian only access in a straight line where cyclists have to cycle all the way up and then all the way down through the car park again, if it's already, the current valid permission has that same, then does that mean we can't take it into account this time?
It was slightly different. At the moment, let's see. At the moment, it plays out. So I think that is 3 meters at the moment. then it splays out into this wider area, the use of which I can't recall. So I think it'd be difficult to go back and say you want to change that. If the cycle path, if it was an on pavement path, then I think we probably would have negotiated something in. But as it's not, it's just a pedestrian footway. Then we didn't seek to negotiate a footpath and cycle route. But they may have come back and said and demonstrated that 3 meters would be appropriate anyway. But we didn't go into that level of detail as far as I'm aware.
Not seeing any other questions. Oh, Councillor Coles.
Sorry, I was assuming someone else might have said something in between while I was just gathering my thoughts. I just had a question about the policy contexts and the sequencing tests that you're applying in the documents. And the two issues that I'm grappling with are the Huntington neighbourhood plan and its policies around takeaways and walking and cycling. And then the proximity of the sites to other takeaways. So I'm just going in one direction, but there's two within half a mile already, which is partly why I was asking whether or not it was likely to be a beverage focused drive-through or whether it was more likely to be food focused. And then I don't think it's in here, but and maybe it's completely irrelevant, but do I assume that the council plan has no relevance in, not the council, yes, the council plan has no relevance in planning terms, in terms of the kind of health approaches to these things, in terms of the fact that there is no cycle route along there currently, and the fact that there were already two fast food outlets on that stretch of road already, just because what you're effectively doing is encouraging people to drive to those places rather than going on via any other form of transport. And I don't know what the answer to that is because I don't understand the sequencing properly, but that's my question.
I'm not aware of any planning policies in the draft local.
No, it's not a local plan.
That would seek that we could use in resisting takeaways in an area like this. My reading of the Huntington neighbourhood plan, although it doesn't come across that way, was it guides hot food takeaways into Monk's Cross, and then I thought that the reading of regard to the number of existing takeaway establishments was more to do with their neighbourhood parades rather than Monk's Cross itself, but it's not explicit. It's for an out of town shopping centre, cycle provision, it's not bad. We'd probably do things differently if we were designing it now, but this is a 1990s design. So you can get pretty close to the store on segregated off-road cycle routes, and then there's a bit of a push, or you can ride along the road, or you can ride through the car park where vehicle speeds are usually relatively low.
But I'm right in assuming that none of the retailers here are grappling and chomping at the bit to put a cycle path in.
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Thanks. Councillor Melly, please.
Sorry, Chair, it's another question about the plans. I'm just trying to understand the different parking, where the accessible parking is and EV charging and that sort of thing.
So, accessible parking here for the food store. And the lobby entrance is here, and then there's a trolley bay. I don't know how it's been managed, but it's designed to be usable by people using the disabled or the accessible parking. And then there's 3 spaces more related to the drive-through, and then the electric vehicle charging is here and here.
So is there any accessible electric vehicle charging spaces?
Not that I can see.
And what that stretch between the EV charging and the accessible parking, what's that row?
Drive-through only.
Okay, so it's like reserved parking for the
Yeah.
drive-through, right, okay, thanks.
The space is not wide enough to spell it in full.
Sorry, and then along the shop front, is that like parent and child parking?
Parents and child, yeah.
Right, cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Not seeing any other questions, so move into discussion. If anyone has anything that they'd like to raise at this time. That was off. Yeah, Councillor Cullick.
I'll raise the question because if I know that somebody else will, in terms of the accessible parking and electric charging. I appreciate that there's, sorry, I'll get near to the microphone. I appreciate that there's a significant difference between looking at plans for a school and looking at plans for a supermarket when the length of stay is likely to be much shorter at the supermarket. But as a matter of principle, where there is the opportunity, I would have thought it would be desirable to include the access to recharging.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the supermarket element where people might be shopping for half an hour, it seems like a reasonable expectation that one of them would be accessible. So, and if people are happy, I'd propose we just don't listen. I mean, it's part of our policy anyway, around in some ways we ask for this.
Yeah, I can't recall that. Might have been a decent question for the applicant about the reason for the location. I don't know if there's some issue in terms of the cabling routes. Why those locations are chosen. But we are where we are.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much supported. I don't see any challenges. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go, Councillor.
I mean, my when I first looked at the papers, I guess I hadn't fully and I appreciate that this has been through planning in a very similar form previously. I do kind of broadly have a bit of an issue with, I mean, I have an issue with, like Councillor Fenton, with the spelling of through, but I have an issue with the creation of more and an assumption really of more drive-through fast restaurants, assuming it's a restaurant, and the applicants were unable to tell me whether it was likely to be something other than a restaurant. And I just think that we've got a council plan that is about trying to encourage health in everything that we're trying to do as a council. And we've got no assurance at all that either because people will travel to it in a more sustainable, healthy way, or because of what they might consume in it, is going to have any kind of health outcomes with it. I just have reservations about that. I assume there's no way of separating those things. They're tied together for a reason, because the applicant wants the two things together. But I do have reservations about just on the nod, because we want it, just approving another drive-through within half a mile of two other drive-throughs, and I didn't even look in the other direction. And I know there's loads on the main Monk's Cross site as well. So it's just it just feels like we're just assuming that we want more of that, when actually I'm genuinely not sure that we do. So whilst I'm very, I'm much more relaxed about having another place for people to buy food, I think it's particularly affordable food. I've got much more reservation about just that assumption that that is the direction that everything should be going in terms of fast food.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. In terms of the principle of the actual supermarket, I haven't got a real problem with that. I find it really strange that a neighbouring supermarket complains about competition when in fact they were built after Asda, and obviously put a great case about how they would improve things and drive down prices. I do find it very ironic that Condition 21 has a travel plan to reduce car use for a drive-through restaurant. I mean, it's baffling to me why we want drive-throughs. I think I've never used one, never will, but unfortunately they're there and I think we're stuck with them. I just hope they get a decent supplier there, because quite frankly, a lot of the drive-throughs in the area serve pretty bilgy food in my experience. I can't see a reason to refuse it. I think we just move forward. I'm quite happy to move approval of the scheme, quite honestly.
Yeah, Councillor Fenton, you do want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I think the point's been made around sort of the drive-through, and it does seem slightly counterintuitive to be approving those developments, but at the moment we don't really have the tool to say we can legitimately refuse it on on health grounds. I think litter grounds is also another issue. What we tend to find with drive-through, it's drive-through and then chuck out the window. There's anyone who's done any litter picking can testify, but I tend to find that the beverage-based outlets are becoming as bad as the food-based outlets in my experience. So I think we're kind of stuck with it, but hopefully going forward with supplementary planning documents and other tools in our armoury, we can maybe have more influence, maybe at the pre-planning stage, rather than trying to make the best of a bad situation at committee stage. But yeah, I can see no grounds for refusal, but I think the addition of a little store is an asset, and certainly one that the expanding population of Huntington will hopefully find of benefit.
Thanks. Yeah, just to add on the policy stuff. I mean, the other thing that I was going to pick up was, I mean, the principle of demolition and rebuild is obviously justified when we don't have an embodied carbon policy, but much like we don't have any policies for fast food, and likewise, an embodied carbon policy pick up things about drive-throughs and the fact that it's normal to drive to them, but then you can still count it as having good sustainability because the building's got solar panels. So that's the core issue, one of the other core issues in PPF, but we've got lots to work on and none of it's relevant to today's application. So I'm happy to, in principle, to support this. Yeah, so I'm happy to move towards the proposal to the recommendation, but Councillor Bassey, if you want to say something.
Thank you, Chair. As I said earlier, I'm not opposed to buildings being knocked down if better ones are being put in the place, because we have to improve the energy efficiency of buildings. And I remember talking to a director of Carrefour in France saying that they were always committed to having to build better buildings, because if they didn't, they'd be out of business. So in a sense, I think they're leading part of the debate. On the other hand, they work to purely economic measures. I'm disappointed when I see here phrases like, where was it? For biodiversity gain, gully pots and curbing associated with the development will be amphibian friendly. What on earth does that mean ultimately? The ecologist has told us there are lots of great crested newts. We're meant to protect them. Essentially, what are we doing to protect them? Nothing. We're just making a few platitudinous words. So that upsets me. I'm reminded of the fact that, and sorry for being internationalist, but this is how I look at it. Lidl's has many branches in Malmo. In Malmo, they have the biggest green roof in Europe. They've created a way of protecting wildlife, And they also mean that none of the rainwater that falls on the council buildings goes to the drainage system. There are so many things that we could be doing that we're not doing. On the other hand, we're told we're going to get solar power on this, and I recognise that, and better insulation. Unlike the others, though, the issue of a drive-in does concern me greatly, and I'm quite happy to support a food retail outlet, but I'm unable to support another drive-through. So I won't be supporting this.
Okay. I'm going to propose, would anyone like to propose that we move to recommendation? Yeah, Councillor Fisher, and someone to second, Councillor Baxter, thank you. Could you take us through with the slight tweak to the conditions again, please, Gareth?
Thank you, Chair. So recommended approval be granted subject to the conditions set out on page 154 onwards. And that includes the tabled amendments to condition 2, condition 14, 21 and 25. And then an additional condition regarding EV charging and the proximity to accessible or blue badge parking spaces.
Yeah, thank you. Can I see all those who are in support of the officer recommendation? And all those who are against? And all those who abstain? So that application is approved, and we will give a quick pause for you to make your way out if you would like, unless you'd like to stay for the final application. And then we'll move on to the last one. Yeah, that's fine.
Just need to stand up.
Right, I think we're all ready. Happy to move ahead. Yeah, it's fine. So we're going to move on to item 4D, 50 Mill Lane, Wigginton. Gareth, if you could take us through the presentation for that, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the erection of a replacement dwelling. So the site is centre shot, a line of detached properties, some bungalows, some two-storey houses in Mill Lane in Wigginton. It's a street view, so this is the property we're looking at. Very close up. Rear garden. This is the adjacent bungalow at number 48. And that shows the space between the dwellings. On the other side, the space between number 50 and number 52. 2. Site plan, so shows the relationship between the two adjacent properties. Existing, let's magnify that. And the proposed, so the proposed, you can see that red outline of the existing building as it stands. And of note, so at the moment, it's about 9.4 meters between the side of number 48 and number 50. That reduces down to about 6.7. The reason I mention that, and the reason the photograph is in front of you, so that's the photograph provided by the neighbour at number 48, showing the view from their kitchen window. So if I just go back to, so the kitchen window and door that you can see in that photograph is, so that's the door and that's the window. And their objection is outlined in the papers. There's no updates to the report or the conditions, and the recommendation is for approval, subject to the conditions in the report.
Thanks. Councillor Fisher.
I didn't show you the elevations.
Thank you. With regard to the picture, I believe the supplementary planning guidance states that loss of life to habitable rooms. A kitchen, would I be right in thinking the kitchen would not be considered a habitable room?
It's a bit of a halfway. So it's not listed as one of the non-habitable rooms. I would say give it some more weight than say a bathroom or a hallway. But the SPD does talk about side-facing windows and how they can't be expected to be given the same protection as front and rear-facing windows.
Thanks. Would you like to talk us through the elevations?
What's the elevations? Sorry, I got overwhelmed by the photographs. So floor plans. This is useful actually because it shows that the two-story element, the ground floor is quite alarming in terms of the amount of floor coverage, although there's quite a lot of outbuildings at the moment. But the rear wings are single-story, and this centre projection is two-story, and then it becomes a double-fronted house.
Thanks. Any further question on plans, Councillor Coles? Oh, actually, to be honest, sorry, just for clarity, we don't have any public participants, so I'm happy for any kind of questions. So it should be clear. Normally, long night, but yeah, any questions are fine at this point.
Just a quick clarification, just which one of those side views is the side that, I think it's the one on the left? Oh no, is it the one on the right?
So
Which side on the plan backs onto the bulk, on the new build backs onto the bungalow?
So this is the elevation facing the side of the bungalow, and
So
this is the elevation that faces the two-story house on the other side.
So there's a door as well as a
There's a
small
door,
window.
I think it's a utility. Yes, so a utility window.
Sorry, can I just, there was no upstairs windows, which there looks like there is currently.
No, there's no first floor windows. There is a first floor window at the moment. So this is
Yes, there is, it looks like so.
and these are roof lights in the ground floor.
Okay, thanks.
Not seeing any other questions. So In that case, we'll just move straight into discussion. If there's anything anyone would like to put forward to start us off, Councillor Fenton, please.
It is quite a step change in terms of the the scale of the property, and it's obviously a kind of a setting of sort of a number of some houses of different design along that little kind of spur road that looks onto the green just as you go into the sports club. This is quite different. So the question is it sufficiently different so as to cause harm, I suppose, to the setting of that little row of houses? I think the the impact on the neighbouring properties, there'll be some impact, but I don't think it from a being overlooked perspective, I don't think it would be unacceptable. It's more the impact on the street scene, really, and I suppose it comes down to whether you think what your view is of the merits of this building compared to what's currently there. It's different, but I can think of lots of modest homes in my ward that have been either demolished or developed out of all recognition, sometimes under permitted development, and what you're left with is something that's very, very different, and not necessarily an improvement, but that depends on your point of view.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Mill Lane is quite interesting because on one side there are fairly uniform 3-bedroom detached houses. On the other side, there's a massive variety of house types and styles. Richard Watson, who was a council authority for 20 years, once described as a little bit of Bridlington transported into Wigginton, because you've got the sort of summer houses that like the seaside things and seaside designs. It's not a uniform type of housing. It's very varied. I've had experience in my own ward of a house, a bungalow that was converted into a 2-storey house, and it was we refused it at City of York. It was given permission by a planning inspector, and this is vastly less imposing than the one that was approved by a planning inspector, and it is in the middle of a row of bungalows. So there is precedent, not in Wigginton but in Strensall, and that was a decision made by a planning inspector. I think, bearing in mind the window is a kitchen kitchen window that we've got here, that the new building is to the west of the existing bungalow. It's not to the south of it. It doesn't overshadow it most of the day. I think we'd be very, very hard pushed to find a reason to refuse this application, to be quite honest. I think it could well be overturned and appealed if we did.
Councillor Baxter, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Councillor Fisher's comments. Looking at the street, there's quite a few big houses and they're all sort of different shapes and forms. So it wouldn't be that it would be particularly out of character. I mean, there's just looking at the area, there's not actually too many bungalows in the immediate area. So I'm very happy to support.
Yeah, and Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. So currently it looks like to the front of the property about half of the area is driveway and half of it is kind of lawned garden area, whereas the proposal is for it to all be driveway. Is that correct? I was just wondering if it will be a soak away in some way like gravel, or whether it would all be hard paving.
That's specified on the drawings. Although I can't read that bit there.
Well, I'm just, the reason I'm asking is because one of the statutory consultees, sorry, I can't find it now, a drainage board or Yorkshire Water or someone expressed concerns about the increased area becoming hard standing, which in terms of the footprint of the house is unavoidable, and there's a condition about separate systems of surface and foul, surface water and foul water. But I was just wondering whether that adequately alleviates those concerns if that only applies to the dwelling itself rather than the area in front of it, which
it would so there is a condition requiring details of surface water drainage works. And that will have to consider any hard surfacing and any new hard surfacing. So, and we'll have to provide attenuation and that 30% improvement on the existing runoff rates that we require on most new developments. So whilst there is an increase in simply, we don't know, they might put permeable paving in there. It's not specified, but they will have to specify it for the drainage scheme. And I would just draw members' attention to a couple of things. So the roof is hipped, and there is reasonable space to the side, and we're recommending condition 4, removing permitted development rights, and that includes removing permitted development rights for extensions and roof extensions. So those characteristics, if you can have a characteristics of something that isn't built, that retain an element of spaciousness, so the hipped roof and the side space, if any changes were proposed that erode that, they would need planning permission from the authority.
Yeah. I heard a lot of comment. Councillor Bassey, sorry.
Thank you. I'd agree with all the comments that have been made. That I don't know if this is the right word, but there appears to be no vernacular on that side of the road. Every house seems different to every other house, and the houses are actually quite set back from the road, so its impact in the streetscape is limited. So I see no grounds for refusal.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of comments support, and I haven't got anything further to add. So would I like to propose that we move to the vote? Councillor Baxter, and then seconded by Councillor Coles. Thank you. Sorry, can you take us through the
So the recommendation is that permission be granted, subject to the conditions on page 113 onwards, with no amendments to those conditions.
Great, thank you. Can I see all those who are for the recommendation? That's read out there. Yeah, so that is unanimous, and the application is approved, and that's the final application, done in various orders. But thank you for everyone's time, and we will end it there. Cheers.
At 8:30, and it's 8:31.
Sorry.
So